Good morning. The subcommittee will come. For an opening. Good morning. The subcommittee will come to order. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare recess at any time. We welcome everyone to today's hearing on protecting victims of human trafficking and online exploitation. I will recognize myself for an opening statement. Oh, sorry. We're going to do the Pledge of Allegiance. I'm sorry. I'll ask this gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Moore, to lead us in the pledge. To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. I'll now recognize myself for an opening statement. I appreciate everyone being here today. We're here to continue an extremely important discussion on protecting the most vulnerable members of our population. Through the 118th Congress, our subcommittee held 2 victims-focused hearings. We passed 2 pieces of legislation out of committee, and one of them ended up being signed into law. I look forward to continuing this work in the 119th Congress by spotlighting how to best protect victims of human trafficking and child exploitation and give a voice to these countless victims. Human trafficking, specifically sex trafficking, is a heinous crime that tragically continues to grow in America. While international sex trafficking may be more widely known, domestic sex trafficking also persists in the United States. Traffickers even use social media to lure innocent people, including children, to become victims. In the United States, an adult or child can be trafficked and exploited at hotels, truck stops, their own homes, and online. Trafficking victims are exploited in cities, suburban, and rural areas. It can happen anytime and anywhere. Traffickers use fraud, force, and coercion to induce their victims to commit crimes. This can lead to the arrest, conviction, and incarceration of trafficked victims without consideration of their victim status. Thankfully, we as a country have and will continue to make significant progress to help victims and survivors move forward with their lives. We're also committed to protecting children and combating the growing issue of child sexual abuse material, CSAM. Identifying children depicted in CSAM is crucial to stop their ongoing victimization and capture offenders of producing it. More than 50,000 children in CSAM videos and images in the possession of law enforcement remain unidentified. It's tragic that so many children remain unknown, unfound, and unrescued. Last year, the committee worked with former members of Homeland Security Investigations, the main investigative body within DHS, and the prominent law enforcement agency combating human trafficking and child exploitation. We also heard from current and former Internet Crimes Against Children, ICAC, task force officers coordinating thousands of federal, state, and local enforcement agencies across the country combating CSAM. We also had powerful testimony from Tim Tebow, sharing the mission of the Tim Tebow Foundation and more about Operation Renewed Hope. Operation Renewed Hope is the first of its kind. It's joining federal law enforcement agencies with non-government organizations to identify, locate, and rescue victims of child exploitation. Thanks to these heroic efforts, over 300 victims were identified and at least 14 were rescued. I understand Operation Renewed Hope is ongoing, and I hope more victims continue to be rescued and provided with the care they need and deserve. There is no question these criminals must be prosecuted. While there are many solutions to combat these issues, we must assure prosecutors are doing their jobs to put these criminals behind bars. I express my gratitude to the special agents of HSI and ICAC task force officers for their unwavering commitment to safeguarding children and liberating victims from the atrocities of these crimes. I also thank NCMEC and the Tim Tebow Foundation. These groups are leading the charge to identify and rescue victims of human trafficking and CSAM, and for that we thank you. It is sunshine's the best disinfectant, it has been said. It is the best way to rid the world of these predators who abuse and exploit victims. We will continue our work to deliver hope to those who need it most. Again, I thank those witnesses who are here and the members of the committee who are here and will come. And with that, I yield back and now recognize the ranking member, Ms. McBath, for her opening statement.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning to all of our witnesses this morning. Thank you to each of you for joining us today for our first hearing of the Subcommittee on Crime and Federal Government Surveillance in the 119th Congress. I welcome all of our subcommittee members, as Chairman said, that will also be arriving, and I truly hope that we can find common ground this Congress as we work to combat crime and make our communities safer. Most Americans probably think that we've never met a victim of human trafficking or online exploitation, that these crimes happen everywhere else. But the unfortunate reality is that more than 36 million reports of online child sexual exploitation were made in 2023, while reports of online enticement increased more than 300% in just 2 years. And human trafficking, a multi-billion-dollar industry that includes both sex trafficking and labor trafficking, has been reported in all 50 states. Before I became a member of Congress, believe it or not, I was a flight attendant. And I was trained to spot the signs of trafficking on board the airline, the planes. We were taught that if we saw someone in distress, we would reach out and help that person find safety if we could. This training continues today through the Department of Homeland Security's Blue Campaign, which educates people in key industries and the public to help identify victims of trafficking. But what happens after that victim is discovered, whether by a flight attendant, a doctor, a hotel manager, a friend, or a member of the community, what happens after that? Almost 25 years ago, Congress recognized that to combat human trafficking effectively, a system was needed that could help victims escape, get the support that they needed, and if they were willing, aid law enforcement in prosecuting their trafficker. With the help of trafficking advocates, Congress's solution was the Trafficking Victims Protection Act, a bipartisan bill that invested in prevention, protection of victims, and prosecutions. But today, the entire system is in jeopardy. The current administration's chaotic and reckless approach to governing has put lives on the line by freezing funding and stopping the very critical work done by organizations that help victims and help survivors. These disruptions have already forced nonprofits to lay off employees. And while some organizations have had their funding restored, they still worry about how this administration might continue to undermine their work. If the president continues down this path and funding is cut for good, it will be trafficking victims and survivors who pay the price. Without shelters, where will these victims and survivors go? Without lawyers or social workers, Who will advocate for them to make sure that they get the services that they need? Without assurances of safety, how will victims work with law enforcement in pursuing charges that might prevent a trafficker from reaching new victims? If this administration lets the system fail, victims will have nowhere to turn. And that is exactly what traffickers want. When victims feel like they have nowhere to go, traffickers can promise them safety, then turn on them to resume their exploitation. Now, I'm sure that there may be some out there who still think that this issue doesn't affect them. But the reality is that human trafficking and online exploitation, both in the United States and abroad, it harms all Americans. When the administration attempted to illegally dismantle USAID and froze State Department funding, U.S. anti-trafficking efforts were stopped around the world, efforts that protect Americans and the United States' interests. For example, USAID has been working to combat online operations in South Asia known as scam farms, which use forced labor to scam Americans. Democrats and Republicans have long been able to work together to combat human trafficking and online exploitation. At this moment, and I believe this is possible, but at this moment, we need our Republican colleagues to stand with us in calling on the administration to stop the chaos and stop the disruptions. Join us in protecting these very vital programs and organizations and their funding so that we can truly protect the victims and survivors of these reprehensible crimes. Now is not the time for us to cut off funding for law enforcement and safety reforms and safety efforts. Funding is absolutely necessary to combat these egregious crimes. And I yield back.
Without objection, all other opening statements will be included in the record. And I'm going to now introduce today's witnesses, and I appreciate you coming today. Starting with Ms. Jean Brugman. Ms. Brugman is the Executive Director of Freedom Network USA, a collection of advocates and survivors that advocate for and provide services to trafficking survivors. She previously served as a human trafficking fellow in the DOJ Office for Victims of Crime. Also is Ms. Basham. Ms. Ann Basham is the founder and chair of the Interparliamentary Task Force on Human Trafficking. The task force is a consortium of members of Parliament and Congress, government leaders, and survivors from more than 25 countries who work to stop human trafficking. Ms. Camille Cooper serves as Vice President of Anti-Human Trafficking and Child Exploitation at the Tim Tebow Foundation. She's worked for over 20 years on issues including child protection, child exploitation, and child trafficking. She previously served for 13 years as the Director of Government Affairs at the National Association to Protect Children, a nonprofit organization dedicated to protecting children from abuse, neglect, and exploitation. And Ms. Sherry Lopez is a survivor of human trafficking and founder of Pearl at the Mailbox, a nonprofit organization that works to end child exploitation through prevention, education, and awareness. Her nonprofit is named for the woman who noticed that she was being trafficked and helped Sherry get free from her traffickers. We welcome our witnesses and thank them for appearing today. We'll begin by swearing you in. Would you each please rise and raise your right hand? Do you each swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, so help you God? The record will reflect that the witnesses have answered in the affirmative. Thank you. Please be seated. Please know that your written testimony will be entered into the record in its entirety. Accordingly, we ask that you summarize your testimony in 5 minutes. Ms. Basham, we'll go to you first.
Thank you so much, Chairman Biggs, Ranking Member McBath, and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Ann Basham, as he mentioned, and while there are many important relevant bills here in Congress right now, I am going to be focusing primarily on two, and that is the Trafficking Survivor Relief Act and the Gracie Act. Human trafficking is perhaps the worst human rights violation in the world, and yet instead of receiving protection and justice, many trafficking victims are arrested and convicted of crimes they were forced to commit. Survivors of human trafficking too often have their voices silenced by unjust felony convictions for crimes they committed as a direct result, I should restate, of their trafficking offenses. Traffickers often force their victims to commit crimes, and the resulting criminal records prevent survivors from obtaining housing, employment, and other essential elements for life. Currently, most states have legal mechanisms that allow survivors of trafficking to seek vacatur or expungement of their criminal records that are tied to their exploitation. However, there is no equivalent legal framework at the federal level. The Trafficking Survivor Relief Act, or TSRA as I'm going to refer to it, is sponsored by Representative Fry, Liu, and Wagner, and it actually passed through the House Judiciary Committee last year. It seeks to address this gap by providing a pathway for survivors to vacate convictions and expunge arrest records for certain crimes that were a direct result of their trafficking. Additionally, the bill allows for the Office on Violence Against Women to allocate funding for civil legal services and establishes, and this is very important, an affirmative defense for victims so that they can avoid unjust criminalization at the outset. In an appendix to my written testimony, which I would really encourage you to read, I have included survivor impact statements, including the story of Holly Nadell, who built an incredible career and was acknowledged as a trafficking survivor by the court. But she recently lost everything due to a wrongful felony conviction. What is most alarming is that for most of these adults who are convicted in their late teens or early 20s, this experience began actually when they were children. Research shows that the average age at which children are targeted for both sex and labor trafficking is just 11 to 14 years old. And more than 60% of child trafficking victims are current or former foster youth. The Gracie Act, which is generate recordings of all CPS interviews everywhere, was just introduced last week by Senator Blackburn and Senator Ossoff. And it incentivizes states to mandate audio or video recordings for all Child Protective Services or CPS interviews. It also provides necessary transparency and accountability to those who are on the front lines of protecting children. So I'm actually going to share with you the story that inspired the Gracie Act. Abby, as I'm going to refer to her, was a young girl. She was caught in a nightmare that too many children face. Her parents were divorced, and during a visit to her father's house, a quarrel escalated into physical violence, and this was a young child in elementary school. Abby's father grabbed her neck, the incident was reported to a counselor, and the case was referred to CPS. The caseworker actually interviewed Abby at her mother's home because school happened to be closed that day for snow. That's very typical. The mother listened to the story from the next room and recorded the interview. The mother told the Abby told the investigator the same story she had told the counselor. However, the case was curiously dismissed. Months after the case closed, it was discovered that the official report distorted Abby's testimony, downplaying the assault as a mere grab to the arm, not the neck, an act which could have qualified as a felony under state law. Abby's voice was silenced. In the United States, 37.4% of children, that's more than 1/3 of all children, will be interviewed by CPS by the time they're 18. And without recordings, these children's testimonies can be easily misrepresented. So I actually have here a copy of the congressional record. I know that you all know what this looked like, but for everyone else, this is just one day on the House floor. This is everything that was spoken. But what if you as members of Congress went to the House floor and you gave an important testimony and it was never recorded? What if there was only one witness in the hearing room, not a stenographer, but just an observer who recorded a personal analysis of your testimony? Would you take this personal analysis as an accurate record of your testimony? Do you want the most important statements of your life to be at the mercy of a stranger with a pen? So the lack of transparency and accountability within child welfare systems is appalling. Police are required to wear body cameras in most states, and the Department of Justice has mandated interrogation recordings since Eric Holder. But child victims are not afforded the same protections. So thank you so much. With that, I urge each of you to co-sponsor both of these bills, as well as the National Human Trafficking Database Act, the Crime Victims Fund Stabilization Act, the SHIELD Act, the Renewed Hope Act, and the Take It Down Act. Thank you so much, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Basham. Chair now recognizes Ms. Brugman for your 5-minute statement. Your microphone, please.
Thank you. Chairman Biggs, Ranking Member McBath, members of the committee and staff, and my fellow witnesses, thank you for the opportunity to discuss human trafficking in the United States. I'm Jean Bruggeman, Executive Director of Freedom Network USA, and an attorney with 25 years of experience addressing human trafficking. Freedom Network USA is the nation's largest coalition of anti-trafficking programs and a training and technical assistance expert. Our 98 members are NGOs and individuals. They are survivors, attorneys, researchers, teachers, doctors, and social service providers who work with over 6,000 trafficking survivors here in the United States every year. I've provided detailed recommendations in my written statement and will summarize those briefly now. Human trafficking is the result of policy choices. Industries like agriculture and domestic work, once dependent on enslaved labor, were left out of U.S. labor protections and are now rife with labor trafficking. Our immigration laws were established to exclude Asians and Africans. The criminalization of sex work was rooted in opposition to mixed-race couples. Enacting policies that protect all workers, value immigrants, and decriminalize sex work robs traffickers of their power. Young people are vulnerable to trafficking due to their developing brains and legal and physical dependence. If you add in poverty, insecure immigration status, sexual or physical abuse, or rejection by family or community, traffickers will swoop in. Providing care and support to all young people, including education on consent and healthy relationships, protects them from a range of abuse and creates safe places to seek help. The internet, social media, and cryptocurrencies are being used by traffickers, but also by survivors and providers. While we need safer online spaces, restricting access to information and shutting down sites with adult content only drives traffickers into hidden spaces out of the reach of legal authorities. Age and identity restrictions collect data that hackers steal, and far too many policies are used to block access to critical information and safety for queer communities. We need to pursue policies that protect everyone, not just a few. Both labor and sex trafficking survivors are left with criminal records as a result of their victimization. Our Survivor Reentry Project is currently supporting 137 survivors who have a total of 1,716 criminal charges. We're connecting them with pro bono attorneys in the 47 states that have criminal record relief, but for those with federal charges, there are no options. Enacting the Trafficking Survivors Relief Act is critical, but we must avoid the pitfalls we've seen in so many state statutes. It must include a broad range of criminal charges, reduced requirements, and meet the needs of real survivors. Over 25 years, the TVPA has remained impressively bipartisan. Funding for services has steadily grown, but let's be honest, still not that much. FY24 appropriations for the DOJ and HHS programs combined were only about $120 million. But they provide survivors with safe housing, medical and mental health care, legal services, and education. These programs not only meet the very real needs of survivors, but they also send a critical message. We see you. You did not deserve this abuse, and we will protect you. But last month's OMB memo threatened to end all funding in less than 48 hours. The HHS grants were on hold for weeks. Programs funded by the State Department and USAID, both in the US and abroad, have been canceled. Some programs have already enacted furloughs, halted hiring, or stopped accepting clients. If funding is not reliable, programs will close. Survivors will have to choose between staying with traffickers and homelessness, between abuse and hunger. Funding cuts enable traffickers to abuse and exploit US citizens and foreign nationals alike. Traffickers target the vulnerabilities of their victims. To combat them, we can't use a one-size-fits-all approach. We must meet the specific needs of each person. The executive orders on gender, DEI, and immigrants threaten this critical work. Guidance from the federal government to ignore gender identity and sexual orientation tells queer communities that they are not welcome in these programs. Eliminating services for undocumented immigrants leaves them dependent on the traffickers who control their visas and their debts back home. These orders are a blank check to traffickers and will lead to increased violence and abuse. Most anti-trafficking programs are embedded in community-based organizations like refugee resettlement agencies, runaway and homeless youth shelters, and queer community centers. They are a part of the fabric of our social safety net, and strengthening that net holds the key to not only supporting survivors, but preventing human trafficking in America.
Thank you. Chair now recognizes Ms. Lopez for 5 minutes.
Good morning, Chairman Biggs, Ranking Member Macbeth, and members of the committee. I am honored to testify before you today on protecting victims of human trafficking and online exploitation. My name is Sherry Lopez, and I am a human trafficking survivor and founder of the nonprofit Pearl at the Mailbox, named in honor of a brave woman who rescued me from 7 years of trafficking at a mailbox. I share with you today's survivor's point of view. I grew up in a stable, two-parent home. I had just turned 15 and was trying to find my place in the world. I was an insecure and shy teen, which made me vulnerable to manipulation. I share this to shatter the preconceived notion that most children trafficked come from broken homes, are troubled, or are runaways. I was none of these. The reality is that any child can be groomed and trafficked. I met a boy in the drama club in high school, and he quickly introduced me to his father. Throughout 3 months, he groomed me and became my first trafficker. This began my 7 years of being sex trafficked. From the age of 15 to 18, I lived at home, and my parents had no idea what was happening to me, and I could not find the words to tell them that I was repeatedly being raped. This continued on the weekends and over the summer while I was in high school. There are many times I tried to stop what was happening. However, every rape had been recorded and used as blackmail to force me into submission, along with other threatening actions that were messages to me to comply. From the age of 18 until my rescue, I was flown across the United States and forced to do things I didn't want to do, but did because of fear of the consequences. And traveling on airplanes, nobody would have ever known I was a trafficking victim. Over time, my body operated on autopilot while I emotionally checked out to cope with the trauma. During my 7 years of being trafficked, I had 4 traffickers. One was a woman. See, a trafficked person has a shelf life. Once they are no longer useful to the trafficker is going to get rid of them, which could include being sold to another trafficker, such in my case, kicked out, resulting in many homeless teens, but they're going to be killed. Traffickers intentionally set out to destroy the will, heart, and soul of their victim and would not hesitate to take their life too if needed. When a victim gives up on life and their will to live is destroyed, the brain goes into self-preservation mode to keep the heart beating, even if the victim would rather die to end the abuse. Survival is in our DNA. Traffickers know this and use fear to gain and maintain control of their victim, beat down the will to live, and use the victim however it best fits the agenda of the trafficker. Human trafficker survivors are often the pawns of crimes masterminded by the traffickers and seen as throwaways who can take the blame. Many times human traffickers are labeled as domestic violence victims and inadequately represented legally and therefore easy to convict, a box that can be checked and a person to put behind bars, while the trafficker can afford better legal representation and receive a lesser charge or accountability for their role in forcing another person to participate in what they orchestrated. And let me share with you that it took over 25 years for me to grasp even what happened to me, to be able to put a name to it, and then it was anger that another person had the right to abuse another person in such fashion that I finally had to speak up. And now you cannot keep me quiet. I found my place in legislation. Last year, with the help of Representative Gress, I was able to get the Arizona vacator law updated and signed by the governor, which gives human trafficking survivors charged with prostitution or minor criminal offenses the ability to meet with a judge and potentially get those charges set aside. Also, I participated in a group with the help of Representative Bliss, Senator Bullock, and the guidance of Representative Wynn, which was Prop 313. And it was created by the Arizona voters on the ballot, and it was passed unanimously in the state. And what this does is it allows any adult who traffics a child under 15 is convicted with the charge will spend the rest of their natural life in prison without the possibility of parole. Why is this important? Because a traffic survivor has a life sentence themselves. I will never get away from what happened to me. The life I had before is now gone. I respectfully ask that you support the Trafficking Survivors Relief Act. Doing so will give survivors hope that they can go forward and have a new life. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair recognizes now Ms. Cooper for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Biggs, Ranking Member McBath, and the honorable members of the committee, thank you for having me back to speak again. My name is Camille Cooper, and I'm Vice President of Anti-Human Trafficking and Child Exploitation at the Tim Tebow Foundation. The Tim Tebow Foundation exists to bring faith, hope, and love to those needing a brighter day in their darkest hour of need. Our anti-human trafficking efforts span 52 countries around the globe. You have a few great bills before you this Congress: the Strengthening Child Exploitation Enforcement Act, the Protect Our Children Act reauthorization, the SHIELD Act, the Trafficking Survivors Relief Act, and Representative Smith's reauthorization of TVPRA. For today, I'm going to focus most of my attention on the Renewed Hope Act, which addresses the need to identify and safeguard the 57,000 unknown children seen in crime scene photos that depict their rape and torture. Chairman Biggs and Representative Laura Lee, thank you for your leadership and your assistance with that bill. 10 years ago, in a small town, a man started raping his 2-year-old stepdaughter. For our purposes, I'm going to call her Jane Doe. He filmed that abuse and shared it online with other pedophiles. The girl repeatedly disclosed her abuse, but she was not believed. For this little girl, the boogeyman was real, and he lived down the hall. For 10 years, Jane Doe suffered. In 2020, the number of children in the U.S. like Jane Doe that had their abuse images in the possession of law enforcement but had yet to be identified and safeguarded was 11,000. In 2022, the anecdotal information put that number at 20,000. In just 2 years, it had almost doubled. When I got to TTF, we put the protection of those children as our #1 priority, and we got to work. With the help of Timmy, John Rouse, Jim Cole, and the entire team at TTF, we hatched a plan. Bring all the experts in the world together with the goal of determining how many unknown victims were in the global image database at Interpol and operationalize a plan to find them. The result of that meeting led Homeland Security investigations to create the first ever victim identification task force in the United States and dubbed it Operation Renewed Hope. In the summer of 2023 and the winter of 2024, this task force tentatively identified over 730 children, including Jane Doe. To date, 289 of those children have been confirmed safeguarded. Almost half were American children. Operation Renewed Hope 3 is currently underway as we speak. Based on current data of actively traded series identified at the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, we know that family members are the largest category of offender in actively traded series, and of those, fathers produce more child sexual abuse images than any other type of offender category. According to law enforcement, children can be heard in these videos screaming for daddy to stop. In a study of unidentified victims of the Interpol database, they found that 84% of the images were of actual child sexual abuse, 47% contained extreme abuse, including rape, bondage, torture, defecation, and even bestiality. 4.3% of the images were infants. Due to the nature of online distribution, international collaboration with Interpol is essential in identifying and safeguarding American children. By way of example, the offender in Arizona rapes his child, films it, shares it with offenders in Spain or Germany. When those countries make an arrest and seize that offender's devices and analyze the images, they will find new victims and those new victims' images go to Interpol's International Child Sexual Exploitation Database. Since its inception, 14,000 children, or almost half of the identified images in the ICSA database, have been American children, and this is why collaboration is so critical. If half of the unidentified children in Interpol's database are likely American victims, that means that a team of 7 at HSI's Cybercrime Center are tasked with finding tens of thousands of American victims. And that's why the Renewed Hope Act is critical. It will increase that full-time workforce from 7 to 200. Despite the success of Operation Renewed Hope, we cannot leave these remaining 56,000 children to languish. They need intervention, and they need it quickly. When Jane Doe was protected, this is what she said. When the police arrived at my house, I felt happy. I felt that something good will happen for me. God, I was thrilled. I wanted to smile because I knew something good will happen. It was magic. Today, the fate of 56,000 children is in your hands. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Ms. Cooper, and thank all of our witnesses for their opening statements. Mr. Raskin, you ready to go? So, Mr. Raskin, we'll recognize you for your opening statement.
Thank you very kindly for your indulgence, Mr. Chairman, and greetings to our witnesses. Thank you for your testimony, which I know is harrowing and difficult in some cases, and I thank you for your public service. Trafficking is modern-day slavery, and it reflects a time of cruelty and barbarity when everything is for sale, not just public office and government, but human beings, people, women, children, laborers. And we know that labor trafficking, sex trafficking, child sex abuse material are all flourishing online. Alas, the social media companies have been pushed to remove all guardrails against objectionable content on their platforms, which is called censorship. The result has not been a free speech utopia, but a dystopian nightmare. Social media has become a cesspool of scams targeting the elderly, cyberbullying aimed at children and linked to escalating suicide rates, misinformation exploiting the victims of disasters, natural and unnatural, racist and anti-Semitic hatred and vilification, and foreign disinformation and propaganda undermining democratic elections and social trust. And all of this has been a boon for the sex traffickers, while reduced content moderation has also led to an explosion of child sex abuse material online. So we want to prevent the government from becoming a barren hellscape like the social media platforms have become. We cannot allow them to dismantle the government programs and federal funding that actually protect children and teens and aid the victims of human trafficking. We rely on law enforcement and personnel from Homeland Security, the FBI, the Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force program, which is a national network of 61 different task forces to target the people that are preying on children and women. Just last week, we learned that the Department of Homeland Security has ordered its entire investigative division, 6,000 agents, to stop focusing on drug dealers, terrorists, and human traffickers, and instead prioritize, you guessed it, immigration enforcement. So the child pornographers, the drug networks, and the human traffickers must be uncorking their champagne bottles about the diversion of all the other law enforcement resources to work on the mass roundup and deportation of immigrants. So we've got an entire ecosystem of groups working to help here. The National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, which receives 81% of its funding from the federal government, does an essential job without federal funding and not-for-profits. And There are people determined to dismantle the federal funding, NCMEC, and those that support victims by providing housing, emergency shelter, food, clothing, and so on, may have a much more difficult time being able to find the victims and survivors, the people who are willing to cooperate with investigations and prosecutions. My bottom line is I want to thank you for everything that you all are doing, and I hope that we will invest carefully in the public programs and the funded not-for-profit programs that are actually working to confront this nightmare in our time. I yield back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize myself for my 5 minutes. Ms. Brugman, you're the Executive Director of Freedom Network, and so I assume you're familiar with your organization's finances and budget.
That's correct.
And will you please share with the committee the dollar amount Freedom Network received in grants from the federal government in 2023, please? If you don't have an exact number.
I don't have the exact number in front of me. I think that was in my disclosure form. We do have currently 3 grants and 1 sub-award. They're 3-year awards, so the funding is received but is to be used over the course of 3 years.
Yeah, and the 990 indicates that you received about $1.3 million, and that was about 87.7% of your funding.
That's correct.
Is that accurate?
That sounds accurate.
So let's put those up. So you're getting nearly 90% of what you do funded by American taxpayers, and you advocate for legalization of prostitution. Is that fair?
We advocate for the decriminalization, Mr. Biggs. It is not the same as legalization.
And you also advocate for open borders, right?
We advocate for a safe way to allow migrants to move, to attain safety and support for themselves and their children.
And
Yes.
so I have here a document from the National Center on Sexual Exploitation that protests your testimony today because the legalization or full decriminalization of commercial sex does 2 things: expands the trade, thereby expanding the demand for more prostitution, typically satisfied by manipulating vulnerable people, including youth and those experiencing poverty, homelessness, addiction, and undocumented status. And 2, it prevents law enforcement from being able to identify sex trafficking victims, including minors. And so without objection, I introduce this letter and the packet from the National Center on Sexual Exploitation.
I would argue that
There's no question for you right now, Ms. Brugman. I'll go now to you, Ms. Lopez. The vacatur statute in Arizona that you worked on with Representative Gress in Arizona, that was to protect victims of trafficking who sometimes get caught up with committing crimes themselves. And so I wanted you to explain that and how you got that through.
Thank you for the question, Chairman Biggs. Yes, I like to find laws that are completely outdated and useless when it comes to protecting survivors. And the vacator law was one of those in Arizona. It had an effective date of crimes prior to like 1987, something. So I presented it to Representative Gress, and I said, we need to update this because the issue that we have currently are survivors that were charged with prostitution because somehow automatically at the age of 18, somehow you're consenting to what's happening to you when you're really being trafficked. So you're charged with prostitution or some other petty crime, which is not uncommon for those that are hungry and the trafficker is controlling their aspects of eating or drinking, so they steal food to eat. And being able to update this law, which was supported unanimously through the House and the Senate on both sides, and now it allows survivors who have these charges to be able to fill out a form and request to meet with the judge and hopefully get those set aside so that way they can apply for background checks. Of course,
Then they get a clear record and they can live a normal life after that.
well,
to a certain
yes.
extent.
Yeah, with the vacator law, it's not expungement, so they still show up on a fingerprint clearance card.
Right.
Absolutely. Somehow catch up. Yes, but they can go on. It gives them hope. Somebody who maybe wants to be a teacher can now apply to be a teacher. Somebody who wants to be a nurse, such in my case, I became a nurse and I was able to do that.
Thank you for that, and I know that there's additional work to be done on Arizona's law as well, so we'll be talking about that. I want to go to you, Ms. Basham, for a moment. So human trafficking, child trafficking, that happens across border as well.
Correct.
So when you have misplaced 330,000 plus children, which the previous administration did through its ORR programs, those children, some being placed in sponsors who were running strip clubs, dozens going to the same address, same person without vetting, that makes them more vulnerable to human and sex trafficking.
Absolutely, yes.
My time has expired. Appreciate that. I'm going to recognize now the ranking member, Ms. McBath, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In a memorandum dated January 27th, 2025, the Office of Management and Budget's acting director instructed the heads of all executive departments and agencies to effectuate a temporary pause on federal grants, loans, and other financial assistance. That's the OMB memo. Slated to begin the next day, January 28th, 2025 at 5 p.m., the funding pause applied to 1, the issuance of new awards, 2, the disbursement of federal funds under all open awards, and 3, any other relevant agency actions that may be implicated by Trump's executive orders. Ms. Brugman, what did this memo mean for the organizations in the Freedom Network? And also, what was the immediate response to this memo by members of your organization?
The response to the memo was widespread fear, confusion, frustration. Organizations, the funding that is issued by the federal government is reimbursement funding. So by cutting off the funding with such little notice, not only were people not able to determine whether they'd be able to continue serving folks going forward, but also weren't sure they were going to be paid the money that they were already due from the federal government. So immediately people within our network had to lay off staff and stopped accepting new clients, denying services and support to the very victims that we've been talking about this morning. And that includes legal services, housing, case management, assistance through the legal process to clear their criminal records. All of these services were immediately in great peril.
Thank you. How did your executive director of the Freedom Network anticipate this memo would affect victims and survivors of human trafficking?
Well, what we know is that when programs are not available, victims are stuck with nowhere to go. They stay with their traffickers. They're not able to access safe housing, alternative jobs, food, shelter, medical and mental health services, substance abuse services, all of the critical services that they need in order to leave the trafficking situation, heal, and then if they're pursue justice, either through a civil case or in working with law enforcement. Without those services and support, they remain in the traffickers' orbit and continue to be abused and exploited.
Let me ask, does your organization encourage prostitution or open borders? And please explain your position and why.
Yeah, thank you so much for that question. We do not promote any form of work. What we promote are human rights. All workers deserve human rights. No one should be criminalized for the work that they do, either because they have no other choice or because it's the work that they choose. There is a full spectrum of reasons why people do any type of work. Not everyone is as privileged as myself to choose to do legal work in a safe office. For those who are left with choices that are less safe, we have to improve their safety. That is the approach we take to all other sectors of the workforce, and we should take that same approach with sex work as well. Improve the safety.
The Bipartisan Trafficking Victims Protection Act was first signed into law by President Clinton in 2000 and has since been reauthorized a number of times. Can you please explain how and why the Trafficking Victims Protection Act was first developed?
Absolutely. At the time in the 90s, there were a host of cases of forced labor and sex trafficking that involved a lot of extreme psychological coercion. The laws we had on the books at the time did not recognize these types of force, fraud, and coercion. At the same time, there were no programs for the survivors. And so they were trapped within the trafficking situation. Many trafficking victims are living with their traffickers. And so leaving the trafficker means needing a safe place to live. And so in recognizing both that survivors needed better services in order to rebuild their lives and to engage with the legal system, the TVPA was created to accomplish both of those
I have
goals.
one more question for you. Where do any gaps in services to victims and providers exist, if there are any, and how could legislation effectively address those gaps?
There are many
Ladies,
gaps.
time has expired, but you may answer the question.
Thank you so much. There are many gaps remaining. We need more funding. We need more support. We need to be allowed to really identify communities most at risk and direct our programs specifically to their needs, to their experiences, and to their situation. We need more housing, medical care, mental health care, case management services are always critical.
Mr. Chairman, I have a unanimous consent request. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a research brief from the ACLU titled, "Is Sex Work Decriminalization the Answer?" What the research tells us, a comprehensive review of more than 80 studies on the decriminalization and criminalization of sex work, which revealed there is no clear
Okay,
link
so
between
you
criminalizing
can
sex work and
do
stopping human
yours,
trafficking.
but if you want to read from it like I did, next time you need to do it in your 5 minutes, which is what I did. So we're going to go with Mr. Tiffany for 5.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Cooper, how can social media companies help? You know, I view, especially with young males, that pornography is kind of a gateway drug to stuff like this that happens. How could the social media companies help? And have you identified ways that they could be to stem the tide of this proliferation?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for that question. It's a great question. Under our current legal framework in the United States, social media companies have to report CSAM that they find on their networks, but only if they see it. So they don't have to proactively look for it, and I think that proactive detection is probably the most significant action that technology companies could take in this country to look for the material and then remove it. So that would be the first thing. The second thing is a lot of the social media companies like Meta provide encryption on their services like WhatsApp. And WhatsApp, CSAM is proliferating across that particular application because it's encrypted and it provides safe harbor for pedophiles all over the world.
Have any states taken action? First of all, I'm not sure the legality. Can they have any states taken action in this regard?
Some of the states are looking at things like age assurance and age verification issues to be able to block content for minors. But then some states are looking at ways to be able to sort of block the efforts of the Internet Crimes Against Children task forces by preventing them from being able to collect what's called attribution data in their investigations. So you kind of have both things happening at the state level. It's a bit of patchwork. So we have some laws that have been passed, like in Utah, that have problems. And we have some laws that are passed in other states that are working towards like age verification.
Thank you. Ms. Lopez, is prostitution a component of human trafficking in your experience?
Well, it is a result of being trafficked. It's not a choice by the victim.
But it's a component of human trafficking.
It
oftentimes.
is, absolutely,
Is that right?
because somebody is paying for a service.
Yeah. Is it helpful to your cause to encourage prostitution?
No,
It is not helpful.
to encourage prostitution.
Yes. That does not help
No.
to limit human trafficking. Is that right?
Well, If you're saying that prostitution is okay, it opens the door for anybody to say, okay, well, I'm going to say this child who's 17, but looks like they're 21, let's go ahead and prostitute them, and we're not going to be held liable.
So in other words, legalizing prostitution is not going to be helpful to your cause.
No, not at all.
Ms. Basham, are you familiar with something referred to as rape trees? Microphone.
No, not extensively.
Okay, so when I was down to Arizona on one of the trips with Mr. Biggs, an Arizona sheriff shared how the gangs, if I recall this correctly, they would hang a woman's underwear when they would bring her in from a foreign country and when they were trafficked into the United States. Those were rape trees. I'm sorry to have to share it in such explicit terms, but is it helpful to secure the southern border to prevent some human trafficking in the United States of America?
Well, let me give you this analogy. If you take excellent care of your children in your house, you are going to lock your door at night. And I believe very firmly that, first of all, a lot of these children, we know this now, we are not in the dark. They are being raped along the journey here. It's a horrific set of circumstances that they are facing here. And by having porous borders, what it actually ends up doing is it becomes a push-pull factor, and it actually encourages this. The biggest thing with human trafficking in general is it's a crime. It's very different than every other human rights abuse because it's not just slavery. It is slavery, but human trafficking is actually at its core part of the advanced criminal networks. And that's why it's such a big deal, and it is part of this committee explicitly. So yes, I absolutely believe that every country needs to have authority over their borders, and I believe that there should be no incentivization for someone to try to cross those borders, because otherwise what you get is you get children who are caught in the middle and they become the commodity.
So securing our borders will help prevent human trafficking.
Absolutely.
I yield back.
Thank you. We've been called to votes. I think there's just one vote. I would urge us to go over, vote quickly, and come back. I'm trying to poll, see who's available to come back. I think most everybody can. So I'd ask the witnesses to stay close. We're going to go into recess until 10 minutes after the vote. So probably 20 to 30 minutes, somewhere in there. So with that, we're going to be in recess.
I've never had that. I've never had that happen.
Back to order.
Of extraordinary.
Back to order. Subcommittee is called back to order. Others are on their way back from voting. Thank you for all for being here. And the chair recognizes the ranking member of the entire committee, Mr. Raskin, for his 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. The most famous child sex trafficker of our time, I venture a guess, is Jeffrey Epstein, a man of extraordinary wealth, power, influence, and connection, a good friend of Donald Trump's, actually, and other politicians, who used his resources in order to exploit girls. And I'm wondering if, Ms. Brueggemann, perhaps you could start, if you would explain basically how sex traffickers work, and how they are able to get access to underage girls and to exploit them for their purposes.
Thank you for the question. Sex traffickers work in many different ways to target vulnerabilities of the individuals they're targeting to exploit. So for young people, it's often through grooming, through approaching them and offering things that they're not getting at home. Whether
so in his case, he had a woman, I think her last name was Maxwell, who worked with him, and then she would procure the girls by giving them gifts of money or clothing or invitations to parties, that kind of thing.
My understanding is, yes, that there were people were being approached and offered financial rewards and benefits, an opportunity to come to parties, but we're not told exactly what was being expected of them, what would happen once they arrived, and then they had difficulty to not consent to what was happening, and were entrapped in that situation.
Yeah, and so they tended to be poor or vulnerable from a more like a broken home or dysfunctional family situation, right?
Yeah, I think what we've heard from our witnesses is that people are targeted in different ways. So it might be because they were low income, it might be because they have an insecure immigration status, it might be because they're queer and not being respected by their communities, it might be because they're seeking validation and love and attention. So there are lots of ways to target folks.
Okay, so you had an interesting colloquy about the law of prostitution. I know that's not what this is about, but I'm just wondering, did the law criminalizing prostitution and putting women in jail for prostitution help any of the girls who were trafficked by Jeffrey Epstein and his network?
Exactly, no. The criminalization of people engaging in the selling of sex does not help anyone. It makes them more vulnerable, more at risk, and unable to come forward for assistance if they do experience abuse and exploitation. And the criminal records, as we've heard, follow them throughout their entire lives.
Okay, I've got an article I'd like to submit for the record about Elon Musk's business empire is built on $38 billion in government funding.
Without objection.
If I could, from the Washington Post. That's a lot of money. People are getting a lot of money from the U.S. government for different purposes, and I hope that our oversight committee will be able to ferret out the waste, fraud, and abuse in a lot of these programs, But how much money, you were asked the question, how much money does your organization get? And I know you're a consortium of how many different organizations?
Right, so we do have 89 different members. We also have staff ourselves, so we receive direct federal funds in order to run a program to help survivors clear their criminal records. We provide training and technical assistance to housing providers, and we're also working on other training and technical assistance programs. And then our members have different funding that they get directly.
And so how much money did you get in government grants and funds?
So we get the amount, as Mr. Biggs pointed out, I think it was around 2 million in that one grant
billion?
year. Million.
Oh, 2 million,
No,
okay.
yes.
Because I was talking about Musk with 38 billion, and you said 2 million for all of the consortium of...
Over a period of 3 years.
So Perhaps I come to you, Ms. Lopez. What would the effect be of actually demolishing government funds, grants to all of these organizations? There are some people who just want to shut it all down. And what would that mean?
I can't speak to other organizations, but I can tell you Pearl at the Mailbox will never accept government grants.
And how come you don't accept government grants?
Because we want to be able to continuously employ the people that we choose to employ, and we don't want to be beholden to another agency that tells us what to do.
Okay, and Ms. Cooper, what do you think the effect would be of a shutdown in government funding?
Well, I think anti-human trafficking and child exploitation efforts have been historically underfunded. So really, we need more funding for enforcement efforts, for demand reduction. But I think that it's really important to clarify that there's good funding and there's bad funding. And good funding needs to go to support law enforcement. It needs to go to support survivor care. It needs to go to support legal services. But bad funding would be funding that supports the full decriminalization, and that means funding that supports decriminalizing brothel keeping, pimping, and sex buying. What we need is an increase in efforts to enforce those third-party profiteers that profit from prostitution.
Thank you very much.
Gentleman's time has expired. Now recognize the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate all the witnesses being here today. I understand Pam Bondi said that they're going to release the flight logs of the Lolito Express, Jeffrey Epstein's planes coming out today, and we're asking for them to be unredacted. We want to know who was on the flights. I understand there were 200 victims in that process. We will indeed get to the bottom of that. And I'm grateful President Trump has the courage and the willingness to put the names on a list and let everybody know what was going on this island that Epstein owned. But anyway, Ms. Basham, can you maybe break down the funding, the trafficking funding that was put in by 45, President Trump, as opposed to the Biden administration? What were the differences in the budgets we spent on anti-trafficking between those administrations? Do you know off the top of your head?
Yeah, I know some of that off the top of my head. And so just as a background, I did used to work at the Department of Justice, was in senior leadership there, actually at the Office for Victims of Crime, which is the largest federal funder of domestic anti-trafficking efforts in the nation. So I can tell you this, that under the last year of the President Trump's administration in 2020, it was allocated that over $100 million in a single fiscal year just from the Department of Justice for domestic anti-trafficking efforts. This is the largest ever given in any administration. And I do agree with Representative McBath when she said at the beginning that anti-trafficking efforts need to be prioritized. That's absolutely the case. Additionally, $35 million was allocated for shelters. Shelters, as Ms. Bruggeman mentioned, are one of the most essential parts to the recovery of survivors of trafficking. They are the foundation. We have got to have funding for shelters. Since that time, the funding has dropped to about half, many years less than half of that $35 million, and it has never come back up. And that's with inflation. That's
So
with
the
soaring
Biden
inflation.
administration, even with inflation, cut funding to less than half than what President Trump was spending. So explain to me the shelter. Now, how is that such an integral part? We won't, you don't have to go in detail because I got some other questions I want to ask
Yeah,
Ms.
sure.
Cooper and some of the others, but how does that help the process? Does it just get folks off the streets? Is that kind of what happens?
Yeah, you have to have safe shelter. Any survivor of trafficking, a lot of times when they leave, they are in a very dangerous situation. They need a place that's safe, and they actually need a place with wraparound services so that they can fully recover and then move on with their lives. And that usually takes at least a year, sometimes 2 years for long-term care.
Ms. Cooper, you mentioned the unidentified 56,000 children, I believe was the number you told us, where these kids, we know they've been victimized by family members or whatever the case may be, which is incredibly tragic. Do you think facial recognition will help? Is that something down the road that our law enforcement agents will be able to use to try to identify these children and get them out of those harmful situations?
Yeah, actually, facial recognition is a game changer for that purpose because children's faces are in the photographs, and I think that it's led to quite a number of successful identifications and rescues of children that have been seen in that database. So Homeland Security investigations, the FBI, all of our federal and state partners need to be able to have permission to use that technology. It's a game changer.
Good. How much money do you get, or your organization, the TBO organization, get from the federal government?
Nothing.
Not a dime. But y'all, what, $30 million a year, I think, is your budget, is that right?
Yeah, our budget's significantly higher than that because we do have some organizations that are sort of subsidiaries of us. So I think that right now we're at about $50 million
Thank
that
you,
we give out.
and tell Ms. Tebow we appreciate your efforts. Ms. Lopez, Pearl at the Mailbox. Wow, what a name. Tell me, how does that work? I know you only got about, 60 seconds or so, but tell me a little bit about Pearl at the Mailbox and what you do in your organization.
Blacks, we work on prevention. There's many organizations that work on the post-rescue, but there's not a lot of people working on the prevention side. If we can teach people to spot it and stop the grooming process, we have a better chance of protecting children from going into trafficking.
How do parents and grandparents, what is one of the signs that you think that we maybe as parents and grandparents might miss? What is something that, I know you need to be involved in your children's lives, and we certainly are, but tell me, is there a certain thing that you recommend, maybe a 2 to 3 bullet points, hey, here's what parents and grandparents need to be looking for?
You know, in my case, I would always say, and other survivors, it's the behavior that changes before ever words are ever used to say what's going on. If a child is behaving differently, wanting to spend more time away from home, maybe have new friends, just things to look at. And we've lost our ability to listen to our intuition, and we kind of forget that, okay, maybe we need to pay attention because something's not right in our home. But I say that the schools is the missing link. We don't have enough prevention education in our schools.
Thank you, and I'll yield back, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Gentleman yields back. And now I want to include into the record without objection an acknowledgement of the good work of Mr. Goldman when he was prosecuting and breaking up an international sex trafficking conspiracy, apparently. So that was good work, and I want to highlight that for you, Mr. Goldman. With that, yield 5 minutes to you.
I thank you very much for that, Mr. Chairman.
Actually, I'm going to rescind that yielding because Mr. Cohen got here just in the nick of time before you started, and I had promised him he could go next.
You stand by the praise, nonetheless.
Yes, I stand by the praise. I stand by the praise, and
As long as you reiterate it again before I go.
I know you like that stuff. So, Mr. Cohen, yield to you for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I listened to your testimony and appreciate your issue, and I've got a bill on the SOAR bill, which you may know, but Ms. Basham didn't mention it, and I think a list of bills she mentioned. But I want to ask each of you, have any of y'all heard of either Andrew or Tristan Tate? Ms. Brugman, what do you know about Andrew and Tristan Tate?
I understand that they're accused of sex trafficking internationally, and there's questions about their jurisdiction and their freedom of movement at this time.
Thank you. Anybody else know about them? Ms. Cooper, what do you know about them?
I just am aware of what I read in the news, that there's several cases pending.
And they are social activists and whatever they call them, influencers.
Influencers, correct.
Right, and they were, they're no longer having the travel restricted. They were allowed, given the U.S. passports back today, and they flew on a plane allegedly straight to Fort Lauderdale. There is allegations that there was involvement from our administration, the Trump administration, that got Romania and pressured Romania to release them. They've got some pretty serious charges against them for rape and sex trafficking in Romania and also, I think, in England. What do you think the odds of them returning to Romania are after they've been released with their U.S. passports? Ms. Brugman?
My assumption would be very low.
Yeah, thank you. And anybody else have an opinion? Well, that just happened today. It's pretty startling what they've done. They're dual U.S. Canadian, UK citizens, and not good folks. Let me ask you, are y'all familiar with, where's my, here I am. Are you familiar with any grants that have been restricted by the Trump administration here in the executive orders that affect your particular entity, Ms. Brugman?
Yes, there were grant funding from HHS for direct services for trafficking victims that were halted for about 2 weeks leaving providers without access to funding and uncertain if they would be able to continue supporting those survivors with housing, food, medical care, legal services. And also, we've seen halting of funding internationally from USAID and the State Department that have ended critical human trafficking work internationally, but also that we're hiring survivors here in the United States as consultants and experts in developing those programs who have lost their livelihood when their contracts were canceled.
And this would be damaging to arresting sex traffickers in the future, would it not?
Absolutely. Without building that capacity and that expertise based on the knowledge of survivors, we're unable to actually effectively stop trafficking, labor, and sex trafficking. Any restriction, any halting, any stopping of that work, of that critical work, is a gift to traffickers.
Any of the other ladies familiar with any grants that might be held up? No. Ms. Brugman, you've been an expert in this. Do you think your being an expert in this area makes you more likely to be aware of these issues than if you were an expert in rocket propulsion or electric cars?
Yes, of course.
Thank you. The DOJ office that administers the Office of Victims of Crime and the Office of Violence Against Women and the Office of Juvenile Justice and Delinquency, all of which fund important anti-trafficking exploitation programs, they've been threatened to be slashed as well. Are you familiar with that?
Yes, sir. We're very concerned about the ideas that those offices, the staff would be slashed. We need those staff to help administer these grants and make sure that the funding continues to move forward, that everything is reviewed and programs are provided with the support they need.
And when we look at budgeting, and we've been given by the judiciary areas of over $100 million to look at budgeting, do you think these areas are more important to stop sex trafficking than building a border wall?
I do.
Thank you. I'd like to mention my bill that I had introduced to reauthorize the SOAR Act, which was to give people training to identify people that have been sex trafficked. It was law. We got it passed through the House. It stopped in the Senate for funding problems, but it's been reintroduced. And I hope that y'all would encourage your senators to support it. It failed last time for whatever reason. And the House had passed pretty much unanimously. It was successful between September 2017 and 2023. They hosted more than 200 events and trained over 260,000 healthcare professionals across the country. So thank you very much, and thank you for your testimony.
Gentleman's time's expired. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Kiley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the witnesses for your testimony. As we've held hearings on this topic the last few years, the numbers, the scale of the problem continues to be absolutely horrifying, and it's particularly alarming, the prevalence of these horrors here in the United States and the number of victims. I do think there is some cause for encouragement that we have an opportunity to start to turn a corner and to help prevent these crimes and to help victims and to stop there from being even more victims going forward. One reason, of course, is that we have an entirely different situation at the border, which was connected to this problem. A second reason is that I think there is a growing realization that we need to use the full force of the criminal code to hold traffickers accountable. I'll give you one quick example of that. In my state of California, there was a bill that said, well, I think we should classify trafficking of a minor as a violent offense, as a serious felony. Incredibly, the state's assembly's public safety committee initially voted not to do that. They said, no, this is not going to be considered a serious crime. However, the public backlash was so great that they eventually reconvened and held a revote, and that bill made it all the way through and was signed into law by the governor. So now it actually is considered a serious felony with real consequences in California. And I think that there's more we need to do under both state law in California as well as under federal law. A third area that is very important and was mentioned by Ms. Lopez is education. And actually a good law that we have in California is one that is designed to promote prevention education in schools. There's an organization based near my district, Three Strands Global, that has pioneered a lot of very good education efforts in classrooms. And then finally, I've introduced the National Human Trafficking Database Act. This is a piece of bipartisan legislation. Mr. Johnson on this committee is a co-author. What this would do is establish a national human trafficking database at DOJ, as well as incentivize certain state law enforcement agencies to report to the database. And so reported data would include data that indicates the presence and prevalence of human trafficking for every county and every state, the names of all anti-trafficking organizations operating in each county, the total number of state-level human trafficking organizations collected in coordination with local DAs, and then, as I mentioned, it would also incentivize states to submit this data by directing DOJ's Office for Victims of Crime to award grants to states to collect and submit the data, authorizing $50 million per fiscal year. I also want to thank Ms. Hageman, also on this committee, for authoring this bill with me as well. So I believe, Ms. Basham, you mentioned this issue in your testimony. So maybe if Ms. Lopez, if you wanted to just expound on the importance of the education piece of this, and then Ms. Basham as far as the data collection goes.
Education's key, and that seems to be what's lacking. And if you spend resources to educate individuals about what human trafficking is and the grooming process that leads to trafficking, people have the ability to understand it. We teach our children how to drive cars, and it's a process before they get a license. So why are we not teaching the children how to spot when somebody is trying to harm them, such as a predator, whether it be in person or online? That is lacking throughout all of our country, and specifically in Arizona, we can't get these programs in our schools. So we need to focus on education for prevention purposes.
Thank you so much. There are two key reasons why data is important, and specifically this National Human Trafficking Database Act. The first is it actually funds state law enforcement. And as we all know, law enforcement tends to be historically underfunded, and especially when it comes to trafficking, they just don't have enough resources. So it actually brings the money directly where we need it most, so that every state in the nation can have that money for their state law enforcement. The second thing is the word data, unfortunately, is not an exciting word. There isn't adrenaline with it, but those numbers represent individuals. Data are people. And so every single number is a person. And the number one biggest gap, in my opinion, in trafficking is that victim identification. It sits at about 0.4%. So over 99% of victims are never identified. And the National Human Trafficking Database Act helps us to see what we're not currently seeing.
Thank you very much for your work and your advocacy, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Mr. Raskin, you have some UCs?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To the girls were just so young, the horrors of Jeffrey Epstein's private island, that's Vanity Fair, and listen to the Jeffrey Epstein tapes. I was Donald Trump's closest friend in the Daily Beast.
Without objection? And also, without objection, Mr. Fry will be permitted to participate in today's hearing for the purpose of questioning the witnesses if a member yields time for that purpose. And now, are you ready, Mr. Goldman?
Ready.
Okay, we'll yield time to you, Mr. Goldman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You are right. I supervised sex trafficking cases in the Southern District of New York. And based on that experience, as well as 10 years of experience prosecuting other cases, I can say with great certainty that victims of sex trafficking in particular are the most traumatized and stigmatized and difficult witnesses. And I don't mean difficult in presenting difficulties, but that it is incredibly difficult to have victims feel comfortable coming forward to testify, which often is required in order to hold people accountable. I just want to make sure that we are all in agreement here that federal funding is essential to fighting online exploitation and sex trafficking. Ms. Lopez, do you agree with that?
Yes and no.
Okay.
I think
well, I know you don't take it, but I mean, you don't accept it, you said, but you do support the Human Trafficking and Exploitation Prevention Training Act, do you not?
I do, and I believe there's a place for federal funding.
All right, I just want to make sure, Ms.
Yes.
Cooper?
The right kind of federal funding, so funding that supports.
Absolutely, yeah.
And I assume Ms. Brueggemann as well.
Yes, of course.
Now, Ms. Brueggemann, tell me a little bit about how online exploitation of victims occurs and also influences the willingness of other victims to come forward.
Sure. Online exploitation happens in a lot of different ways as technology continues to evolve. And online services are used for both labor and sex trafficking. So recruiters use online spaces in order to recruit workers with false promises of jobs and then bring them in and traffic them throughout our country. Sex traffickers also use online spaces to identify and groom people. We're talking in games, in apps, in online chats. And then also use online spaces to share, advertise, and sell.
Right, it's a very common method for sex traffickers to prey on victims, right?
Absolutely. As our society has moved online, so have the criminals.
Right, and so if there were a social media king, for example, who has expressed support for sex trafficking, would that be a concern of sex trafficking victims in your experience?
I would think absolutely yes.
Well, I just want to put up a photo here. This is Elon Musk in 2014 with Ghislaine Maxwell. Mr. Raskin had mentioned Ghislaine Maxwell was sex trafficking operation of minors. And we spoke, Mr. Cohen spoke earlier, and I want to return to this, about these individuals, Andrew Tate and Tristan Tate. They were charged in December of 2022 with human trafficking, trafficking of minors, rape, including minors, money laundering, and organized crime charges. In March of 2024, the British police obtained an arrest warrant for them based on an investigation into rape and human trafficking. And if anyone wants to go online and get a sense of this Andrew Tate, you should. So I can't quote almost anything he says because it is so vile and misogynistic that it is not appropriate for a morning television show. Last week, there was an article in the Financial Times about how the Trump administration was pressuring Romania to lift restrictions on the Tate brothers and to allow them to leave Romania. And lo and behold, what do you know? Just today, they were released from house arrest, given their passports back, and flew on a private plane to Florida. And I can assure you they will never return to Britain or Romania to face these charges. For 5 years, Andrew Tate's account on Twitter was banned. But when Elon Musk took it back over in November 22, he reinstated him and gave him a social platform to continue their sex trafficking and their illegal conduct. And Mr. Chairman, I think we ought to take a very close look at these social media companies and their role in the online exploitation of sex trafficking.
Thank you, gentleman's time has expired. Chair now recognizes the chairman of the whole committee, Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate you having this hearing today, and I'm going to yield my time to the gentleman from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Biggs, for having this hearing. I want to dive in. Ms. Basham, you dedicated most of your career to combating human trafficking, and I think no one would question your expertise in this field. How many human trafficking cases are prosecuted at the federal level in this country?
Yeah, so in 2023, it was around 1,000, and the year before that, it was around 1,600.
And during these prosecutions and your review of them, do you think that there are adequate protections for victims of human trafficking who may have been forced to commit nonviolent crimes by their traffickers?
No, there's a huge gap.
Do you think that that is a serious problem in our federal system of laws that we don't have those protections?
Absolutely, and I think it's covered in several fold. One, through the vacatur and expungement, as I mentioned, but also through providing civil legal services at the federal level and allocating funding through the Office on Violence Against Women.
So that being said, this year, I reintroduced the Trafficking Survivors Relief Act, along with colleagues that really span the ideological spectrum. This is a truly nonpartisan piece of legislation. Is there, with that particular legislation, would that close some of the loopholes in our legal system and provide adequate protections for victims?
Absolutely. And one of the other ones I want to mention is the right for affirmative defense from the outset. So that is one of the biggest reasons, one of the biggest questions is why would someone, be deemed both a victim of trafficking by the court and then at the same time want their crimes vacated? Well, the reason is that oftentimes they don't have the right to have that affirmative defense. And that affirmative defense is what makes it crystal clear to the judge and to the court from the beginning. It lets them really look at the case and say, is this a victim of trafficking? Instead, what happens is the crime is being prosecuted. So DOJ or whoever puts prosecutors who are, used to prosecuting white-collar crime. Like, they're not used to prosecuting necessarily trafficking cases. So they're focused on the crime, usually money laundering, bank fraud, those sort of things. And so when the focus is on that, then through the process, the victim actually, the survivor bubbles up, the real story bubbles up. And at that point, they're looking at two different things. And so that's what's really a huge problem. And so the affirmative defense is so critical, and that's what it really establishes from the outset.
Correct.
That's part of it.
And to be clear, I think most of our states, close to 50, have this at the state level.
Absolutely. I think it was 40, it might be 49 now. I think one state just crossed that finish line. And that is the biggest precedent that we have for this, because there are more trafficking convictions that actually fall at the state level. And we've seen that for over 10 years. So we've seen that actually states that implement this, they are not overrun with cases. And additional to that, they've actually strengthened, as Sherry mentioned, a lot of states like Arizona, they have actually strengthened their laws over the years.
Right. And this is obviously, so this legislation, nonpartisan, obviously 49 states have it, approaching 50. So when you look at, obviously it's pro-victim because it provides that affirmative defense, but it's also pro-prosecution, right? This is why prosecutors and sheriff associations, and they love it too, because, and why is that? Why do you think that they would want something of this magnitude?
It makes their job easier.
Correct, because they're able at that point to go after the real culprits, right? The real individuals who are behind the trafficking victim and go after these rings.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much for your time, Mr. Chairman. With that, I yield back.
Mr. Chairman,
Thank you.
I was just going to say, I'm only going to probably take 3 minutes if you want 2 more of mine, Mr. Fry. You sure? Okay.
Yeah, I just have a couple of UCs real quick, okay? First of all, I'd like to introduce in the record this image. We'll get you the hard copy. Mr. Epstein, Ms. Maxwell, and President Clinton. Also, I've got another article called "Schumer Got Thousands in Donations from Jeffrey Epstein." Without objection, those will be admitted. And Mr. Swalwell, your 5 minutes now.
Thank you, Mr. Biggs. And look, as we have trafficking victims testifying to us about really important issues, I think it's insulting to them to try and bring in politics right before I question them. Look, we'll see whatever is on the Epstein list if the full list is released, but I'm here to get serious things done, and so my line of questioning will not be absurd in the spirit of what was just said. And Ms. Lopez, thank you for sharing your story as well. I was a prosecutor. I've had child sex trafficking victims testify. It's one of the hardest things in the world to convince them to confront their attacker, their assailant, their trafficker in court, and more cases plead out because you want them to avoid doing that. And so these monsters typically don't get the full sentence they deserve because you're trying to protect the victim from having to go through cross-examination and seeing that individual in court. So thank you for sharing that. Ms. Bruggerman, could you share with us what would happen to organizations that help victims and provide support to victims and survivors of trafficking and exploitation if the temporary restraining order holding back this administration's order is lifted?
Which, the order on the halting of funds?
Yes.
Okay, great. Yes, the service providers depend on a variety of different sources of funding, and I think the witnesses have talked about the different sources that they're familiar with. It is a web of protection that is woven with federal funds, private dollars, donations, earned income, that nonprofits around this country are working every day to ensure that they are able to provide consistent, reliable, dedicated services and support. When that is interrupted, even for a week, for a month, the message to survivors is, we cannot be relied upon. The day that you are able to find the time, the effort, the strength, the ability to escape your situation may be the day that our doors are closed. And once you do that, you may never be able to come out again. So if we allow our providers to close their doors, to go dark, we are inviting traffickers to walk in the door, to hold survivors captive, and we are telling survivors that we no longer care about your safety, we no longer care about your security, and we do not care whether or not you're able to ever escape your abuse and exploitation. We just can't let that happen.
Thank you, Ms. Bruggeman. And I imagine all of you know this, especially Ms. Lopez, but in my experience as a prosecutor, I was trained in law school and through the training that the district attorney's office provided to prove cases beyond a reasonable doubt. Of course, you want to have compassionate people, doing the job of criminal prosecution, but I could never have done my job unless I had outside organizations who were working with the victim in all of the life issues outside the legal issues that needed to be addressed. When they are pulled away from the trafficker and they need to reestablish their lives, get their confidence back, get their health back, receive the mental health services that they certainly need, to get a career if they have children. A prosecutor can't do that. And the only way to hold these monsters accountable who are trafficking them is for a prosecutor to have a victim who wants to be at least somewhat a part of the process. And so your organizations help us bring accountability. And accountability puts the worst people away and prevents the next victim from being trafficked, but it also is a deterrent to someone who will see that you will pay if you do this to a victim. So again, to each of you, thank you for what you do in this cause. Our victims are worthy of your support, and I hope that we can see any funding that's been pulled to be restored immediately. And I yield back.
Thank you. For the record, Shared Hope International, Congressman Linda Smith was the architect of TVPA, and I introduced that, and she's here today. Thank you for being here. And the fact sheet on combating demand and harmful impact of decriminalization of anti-trafficking also entered into the record without objection. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Lee, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our witnesses for being here today. I, too, am a former prosecutor and served as the lead prosecutor on the Child Exploitation Task Force while I was at the U.S. Attorney's Office in Tampa. So I have seen firsthand both the horrible crimes that are perpetrated against our country's most vulnerable children, and also how vital the work by federal agents and others in investigating and prosecuting these cases truly is. As a member of Congress, I am committed to ensuring that we do everything that we can to stop the sexual exploitation and trafficking of children and to stop these predators. Ms. Cooper, it has indeed been a pleasure and an honor to work with you and the Tim Tebow Foundation on the Renewed Hope Act. You mentioned earlier in your testimony, this bill is designed to provide resources and training and also requiring the Child Exploitation Investigations Unit and HSI field offices to hire an additional 200 computer forensic specialists and criminal analysts because these units are a dedicated team of investigators who can play a crucial role in combating human trafficking. I appreciate the bipartisan support of many members of this committee and the chairman's leadership on this legislation. You touched on something earlier, though, that we need to revisit, and that is you said the words, the right kind of federal funding. So clearly, the Renewed Hope Act, to find these specialists and add to them to supplement the team doing this important work, is indeed adding additional federal employees of a certain type and specialty who can help rescue these children and stop these predators. But I'm interested, Ms. Cooper, how much does the Tim Tebow Foundation receive in federal funding?
We do not receive any federal funding at all.
And how many victims has Operation Hope identified?
Tentatively identified 730 and safeguarded and, rescued, I believe it's 289.
So I think it is important for this committee hearing to note that your foundation is doing that kind of extraordinary work in partnership with federal agents, but not by surviving on federal funds. In fact, you have received no federal funds to do the important work that you were doing to stop child exploitation. Now, would you tell us if we had those additional 200 agents at HSI, what you believe we could accomplish?
Yeah, absolutely. So over 25 days, they've tentatively identified 730 of the 57,000 children that are waiting and languishing in abusive situations and hoping that someone is going to, knock on that door. So imagine what we could do with 200 full-time investigators and victim identification specialists, because right now, Homeland Security is a global leader in this issue. They are the tip of the spear. They are the most well-trained, along with some of the analysts at Interpol and Europol. But we need to take that army of 7 that's sitting over there at the Cyber Crime Center, and we need to put it on blast, in the words of Senator Cornyn. And that's why we need 200 investigators and analysts to ramp up that effort and get to those 56,000 remaining children that are waiting.
And you also mentioned in your testimony the proliferation of CSAM materials, just how rapidly that material is increasing and growing. And I'd like for you to touch on 2 things. One is why these federal investigators, why this is important that it sits at HSI, and also the urgency of us actually enacting this legislation, getting this done, and getting it signed into law.
Yeah, absolutely. The reason why HSI plays sort of the most important role globally is because they have international jurisdiction. And the nature of child sexual abuse material is that it crosses both state and federal and international lines. And so the offender who is raping their child in Ohio is going to share that image with someone overseas in a country, and they may share it with someone in a country that does not have good diplomatic relations with our country. And that's why HSI's partnership with Interpol and Europol is so important, because not all countries want to share their data directly with the United States, and they need a neutral third party. So that's why Interpol's relationship in this ecosystem is absolutely vital in order to find those American children that are waiting to be rescued.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, and I thank the gentlelady for her work on this bill and other bills and legislation in this area. Appreciate it very much. Appreciate all of our witnesses being here today, and we're not going to stop till we get this under control. So thank you for being here, and with that, we are adjourned.
Thank you.
Subcommittee will come to order. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare recess at any time. I welcome all of you to this hearing today, which is the topic is the right to self-defense. And I now recognize the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Tiffany, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I thank the gentleman. And now I will recognize myself for an opening statement. Again, thank you, everyone here who's here today. I'm pleased to chair the hearing we have before us, focusing on the Second Amendment and the right to self-defense. The Second Amendment protects our rights to keep and bear arms, which includes both firearms and knives. The Supreme Court's landmark decision in New York State Rifle and Pistol Association versus Bruin held that the Second Amendment protects the right to carry a handgun for self-defense outside the home, not just inside the home, as the court held in Heller. At a time when violent crime continues to plague our communities and rogue prosecutors allow criminals back out on the streets, now more than ever, it is important to preserve our right to defend ourselves and our loved ones. It's disgraceful to think someone protecting their family from a deadly attack could be punished for defending their family. Unfortunately, my colleagues across the aisle do not share these same views. Instead of passing legislation to keep criminals off the streets, former President Joe Biden's ATF sought to achieve far-left policy outcomes through federal agency rulemaking. Former President Biden's ATF promulgated various rules to regulate pistol braces and the frames and receivers on firearms, or so-called ghost guns. Former President Biden's ATF also issued a rule to create several presumptions about when an individual is defined as a dealer in firearms and needs to be licensed as a federal firearms licensee. And instead of continuing long-standing relationships with FFLs, which serve as the first line of defense against criminals, the Biden ATF actually treated FFLs like they were the criminals. These efforts targeted lawful firearm owners and did nothing to prevent actual criminals from committing violent crimes. My colleagues across the aisle fail to realize how more gun control only harms and impacts the vulnerable populations they claim they want to protect. Thankfully, under this new administration, firearms owners and firearms businesses alike can breathe a sigh of relief. The right to self-defense is a cornerstone in our country. Despite what the mainstream media may like you, 38 states have stand-your-ground laws compared to a duty to retreat. However, the current landscape of firearm laws across the country surrounding when and where you carry a firearm are often complex and difficult to navigate. To think that a person lawfully owning and carrying a firearm in one state becomes a criminal as soon as they cross into another is completely absurd. Some things need to change. The same confusing landscape of complex criminal laws exists for carrying a knife across state lines. My bill, the Knife Owners Protection Act, would protect the right of law-abiding citizens to transport knives interstate, notwithstanding the burden and patchwork of state and local prohibitions. And I look forward to marking up the Knife Owners Protection Act in this committee. Our committee will continue to stand with FFLs, firearms, and knife owners, and any law-abiding citizen who refuses to become a victim. This week, the two ranking members sent a letter to the Attorney General asking her to refrain from repealing the ATF's unconstitutional regulations. In that letter, they cited a misleading statistic that I'd like to take the time to clarify. They said, quote, "Today there are more gun dealers than there are locations of Starbucks, McDonald's, Dunkin' Donuts, Burger King, Subway, and Chick-fil-A combined," close quote. They justify this statement by citing to a report on the number of active firearm licenses. However, the ranking members mistakenly equate one firearm license to one firearm dealer, as if a single FFL has a retail outlet. In fact, there are only about 25,000 physical addresses for firearms dealers in this country. A single firearms dealer can hold multiple licenses, and someone can have a license without actually being a firearms dealer. That is the fact. And at this time, I'm going to yield back and recognize the ranking member, Ms. McBath, for her opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman. I appreciate it. And good morning, and thank you to all of our witnesses that are joining us this morning. Every single day, more than 110 Americans die from gun violence, and more than 110 families have to confront their worst fear, that they have lost a person who means absolutely everything to them. I came to Congress because one of those families was my family. In November 2012, I got the call that no parent should ever have to face, that my son had been taken by gun violence. My son Jordan would now have just celebrated his 30th birthday, and every day I think about the life that he should be living. And I think about the millions of Americans' lives that are lost or changed by preventable gun violence. And I know that I am not alone. For decades, survivors and those who aspire to a safer tomorrow have been working together to bring an end to gun violence. And in June of 2022, after more mass shootings in Uvalde and Buffalo, we passed the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, the first comprehensive gun violence prevention bill in nearly 30 years. For the past 2.5 years, the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act has kept guns out of the hands of dangerous people like gun traffickers and domestic abusers. It has invested in improving mental health resources, both in our local schools and throughout all of our communities. It has supported state and local efforts to reduce gun violence, including funding state crisis intervention programs. Since the passage of the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, there have been 3,500 fewer murders. That's more than 3,000 families who've never had to receive that devastating news that would change their lives forever. Those are families with a son or daughter who did come home from school, with a mom who did make it back from running an errand or attending a prayer service, or with a dad who did come home after working the late shift. In just 2 years, there are more than 3,000 families who didn't have to face the pain of losing a loved one to murder. The 2 largest single-year decreases in murder ever recorded. We have the ability to keep this momentum going. And it's not just reducing murder. The Bipartisan Safer Communities Act has helped bring violent crime down to an almost 50-year low without infringing on the constitutional rights of a single responsible gun owner or gun seller. Given this incredible progress, it is no wonder that law enforcement supports the work that we have done and the improvements that continue to be made because of this historic law. In 2023, the National Sheriff's Association called on Congress to appropriate $200 million for the Community Violence Intervention and Prevention Initiative, a program that we doubled in size by passing the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act. As the sheriff's letter explains, this funding supports law enforcement mentorship, life skills, and vocational training programs. This work is making all of us safer and changing lives for the better, bridging gaps and encouraging trust between law enforcement and the communities that they serve. Similarly, last year, we received a letter from Police Leaders for Community Safety in support of a provision of the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act that requires those who sell guns predominantly to earn a profit to obtain a license and conduct background checks. Police Leaders for Community Safety explained that this provision prevents felons and other prohibited purchasers from evading background checks and enhances public safety. We know that we're still losing far too many lives to gun violence, violent crime, and suicide. But the solution is clear. We must continue the progress of the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, and we must build upon it. Our colleagues want to take us back to a time where there were more guns in our communities that might end up in the hands of people who simply should not have them. But we know what is at stake, and that is American lives. At the end of a long day, we all just want our loved ones to come home safely, that our husbands or wives will walk through the door, whether they work in an office, a school, a hospital, or a police precinct. We want to tuck our children into bed each and every single night. We want our moms, our dads, and our best friends to be kept safe from harm and able to speak to us on the other line of a telephone. The Bipartisan Safer Communities Act is making sure more people share these important moments together, and that fewer families face the heartbreak when those moments abruptly stop. I once again call on my colleagues to stand with us in working together to end unnecessary gun violence. And before I yield back, I ask unanimous consent to submit into the record a letter from the National Sheriff's Association in support of community violence intervention funding,
Without objection.
and a letter from the Police Leaders for Community Safety in support of the Engaged in Business provision of the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act.
Without objection.
Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Chair now recognizes the ranking member for the entire committee, Mr. Raskin, for his opening statement.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman. Just on that interesting point you raised at the beginning, I think we stand by our math. There are more than 50,000 gun dealer licensees in America, more than 6,000 pawnbroker licensees, and more than 20,000 manufacturer licensees who each have the right to directly sell from their unique physical locations. And that does add up to more than the various fast food outlets and so on that we identified. But we'll submit for the record the exact arithmetic. I'm glad that you at least implicitly seem to agree that if true, this is a shocking statistic that there are that many gun violence dealers in the country. In 2022, shocking levels of gun violence caused Congress to come together after decades of inaction to pass the first major piece of gun safety legislation in 28 years. Ever since President Biden signed the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act into law, and with the efforts of the ATF, we've made substantial gains in reversing the gun violence epidemic. We ended 2024 with a 25% drop in nationwide homicides compared to 2022. And of course, firearms are involved in more than 80% of murders in the country. According to the Office of Gun Violence Prevention's one-year progress report in September of last year, more than 600 defendants had been charged under our new gun trafficking and straw purchasing laws, and 900 firearm transfers to people under the age of 21 were prevented by enhanced background checks. The key point is that this law and other Biden administration regulations saved thousands of lives, contributing to 3,500 fewer murders between 2023 and 2024 without ever once infringing on the Second Amendment. And we know this because the Supreme Court never invalidated any part of the Bipartisan Safe Communities Act or any other Biden administration gun safety rule as a violation of the Second Amendment. On the contrary, they've all been deemed to be constitutional. Yet, our colleagues continue to insist that common sense gun safety laws of this type violate the Second Amendment. But the Second Amendment doesn't protect the right of access to a firearm without a violent criminal background check or the right to purchase machine guns or military-style assault weapons. The Supreme Court, including in the DC versus Heller decision, has repeatedly stated that reasonable regulations of firearms to protect public safety are consistent with the Second Amendment. But our colleagues want to preempt state and local law and force Americans to accept more dangerous weapons in their community, all under the guise of protecting the Second Amendment. I challenge my colleagues to explain how any of the Biden administration reforms actually violate the Second Amendment, because no court ever said they did. The problem is that some of our colleagues have completely deformed and misstated what the Second Amendment stands for. Their now infamous insurrectionist theory says that the Second Amendment gives you the right to overthrow the government. Our former colleague Matt Gaetz said the Second Amendment, quote, is about maintaining within the citizenry the ability to maintain an armed rebellion against the government if that becomes necessary. This purported right to overthrow the government means that the people must enjoy access to munitions equivalent to that of the arsenal possessed by the government. As my friend Representative Chip Roy says, the Second Amendment was, quote, designed purposefully to empower the people to resist the force of tyranny used against them. And my friend Lauren Boebert says that the Second Amendment, quote, has nothing to do with hunting unless you're talking about hunting tyrants, maybe. Despite all of this pseudo-revolutionary rhetoric about how the Constitution provides a right of civil insurrection, the actual Constitution, in a half dozen different places, treats insurrection and rebellion not as protected rights, but as serious and dangerous offenses against our government and against our people. Article 1 gives Congress the power to call forth the militia to execute the laws of the Union, suppress insurrections, and repel invasions. The Republican Guarantee Clause in Article 4 tells the U.S. to guarantee a Republican form of government to the states and protect them, quote, against domestic violence. These provisions followed Shays' Rebellion, an armed uprising in Massachusetts in the 1780s, which the founders strongly condemned and which influenced the writing of the Constitution. The Constitution thoroughly rejects the right-wing fantasy that random bands of disgruntled citizens can claim the powers of a militia to commit violent acts against the police. Article 1, Section 8, Clause 16 reserves, quote, to the states respectively, the appointment of the officers and the authority of training the militia according to the discipline prescribed by Congress. This intergovernmental cooperation is how we come to have what the Second Amendment calls for in its first clause, a well-regulated militia. This means well-regulated by the government, as the Supreme Court has repeatedly said. The Proud Boys and Oath Keepers are not a militia. A private militia is a contradiction in terms. In 1886, the Supreme Court upheld a state law criminalizing private paramilitary groups, and every state in the Union today bans private militias. A militia is not the reserve power of the people to attack the government. On the contrary, it is the instrument by which the federal and state governments can suppress violent insurrections against the government. Now, today, when I point out these problems with their theory to my distinguished colleagues, they generally fall back on two responses. One is they will quote Patrick Henry, who said, "Give me liberty or give me death," which is great because that was a great bumper sticker in the 18th century. But Patrick Henry was an anti-federalist who opposed the ratification of the Constitution. So that's like quoting speeches by Jefferson Davis to settle the meaning of the 14th Amendment. They also invoke more plausibly the American Revolution and the Declaration of Independence for the idea that after a long train of abuses and usurpations, an aggrieved people have the right to alter or abolish the bonds holding them to a tyrannical government. Now that's true, of course, but it's irrelevant because the revolutionaries undoubtedly asserted their right not as a right under the British Constitution or the Magna Carta, but as a matter of natural right to overthrow a tyrannical government. That's very different from saying the Constitution itself guarantees the right to have the means to overthrow the government. If you think that the 2020 presidential election, for example, which Joe Biden won by more than 7 million votes, 306 to 232, is an exercise of tyranny akin to King George's tyranny against the colonists, by all means, you can come down and beat up our police officers and try to overthrow the government. But if we catch you and we stop you, we will prosecute you under the full force of the law and put you in jail, at least until the next president decides to pardon the people who've done that. Look, this fraudulent constitutional philosophy of insurrectionism is exacting a brutal toll on the American people and our social contract by blockading perfectly reasonable and constitutional gun safety measures that are saving lives in America. The whole purpose of the social contract is to make ourselves safer than we would be in a lawless state of nature, which Hobbes described as a state of war. And yet, the Insurrectionist Caucus has brought us gruesome episodes of high-tech military-style violence everywhere in America, from Walmarts to grocery stores to elementary school classrooms. It's time to reassert the real primacy of the Constitution and its real meaning. Thank you. I yield back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I didn't know you were going to make it to the yield part. Thank you, Mr. Rask. I would just, since you invoked me directly, I'll respond directly. You said implicit in my statement was that I was shocked at the number of retail gun dealers. I am not shocked by that. It is a legal enterprise. I still question the data that you have, and I would refer you to a couple things. Just Vanderstock v. Garland, the Fifth Circuit case, as well as Heller, McDonald, and Bruin, which contradict. You were essentially arguing against Heller. So with that, since you invoked my name directly, I feel I had the right to respond. And so now,
well, why would you bother to contradict the data if you're proud of that fact?
So now we're going to do is we're going to swear in the witnesses. So, and I would just say this too: without objection, all other opening statements will be included in the record. And now we'll introduce today's witnesses before we swear them in. Mr. Doug Ritter is the founder and chairman of Knife Rights, a nonprofit organization that advocates on behalf of knife owners. Formed in 2006, Knife Rights advocates at the federal, state, and local levels and engages in litigation to challenge unduly restrictive laws pertaining to the possession and ownership of knives. Ms. Diana Muller is the founder of Women for Gun Rights, a nonprofit organization that advocates for gun rights, education, firearm safety, and violence prevention. She's a retired police officer, having served 22 years with the Tulsa, Oklahoma Police Department. Mr. Dave McDermott is the founding partner of the McDermott Law Group, a firm that specializes in criminal defense and personal injury cases. He's litigated criminal justice cases for more than 27 years and specializes in self-defense cases. Mr. Gregory Jackson is the former deputy director of the White House Office of Gun Violence Prevention. He's a community organizer, advocate, and campaign strategist. We welcome all of you today. We appreciate your time coming and sharing your expertise with us, and we look forward to hearing from you today. We're now going to ask you to be sworn in, so if you please stand and raise your right hand. Do you, each of you, swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, so help you God? Thank you. You may be seated, and the record will reflect that the witnesses have answered in the affirmative. I want you to know that your written testimony will be entered into the record in its entirety. Accordingly, we ask you to summarize your testimony in 5 minutes. And what that means is about 15 seconds before, I'll just give a couple of raps so you know that it's time to wrap it up. And then once you hit the 5 minutes, I'll hit it a little harder so you know that you're approaching filibuster territory. And then at some point, I'll just have to interrupt. And I'll try not to interrupt because we do want to hear what you have to say. Our first witness today is going to testify as Mr. Ritter. You may begin.
Chairman Biggs, Ranking Member McBath, and members of the committee, thank you for inviting me to testify about the Knife Owners Protection Act, or COPA. This bill is common sense criminal justice reform that would protect law-abiding knife owners when they are traveling throughout the U.S., despite whether they are traveling through states or localities with restrictive knife laws. Please indulge me for a moment for a hypothetical. Imagine a chef is driving across the U.S. to cook at guest appearances, perhaps from or in your own districts. The chef has numerous knives in his vehicle, that many of which may exceed some arbitrary local length limitation. Now imagine the chef is stopped by the police for, I don't know, a broken taillight, and the police officer asks, "Do you have any weapons in the vehicle?" The chef, being the responsible citizen that he is, discloses that although he doesn't consider them weapons, he has knives in his vehicle. This simple scenario could result in the chef being arrested and charged. It could result in severe consequences for the chef and in turn for his family. COPA would protect our chef from unnecessary encounters with the police, which too often end in tragedy. This bill is the right policy for everyone. It levels the playing field for all. This is why knife law reform measures have received bipartisan support in many states. Under COPA, if possession of the knife is legal where the journey starts and ends, and the knife is locked up in accordance with COPA, a knife owner would no longer be threatened with arrest simply for traveling from one place to another, even if they have to pass through a jurisdiction where the knife is illegal. Currently, those who travel across the country with knives for work and recreation are subject to arrest and prosecution under a very confusing patchwork of inconsistent state and local laws and regulations. What is perfectly legal in one place may be a serious crime just over the border of that jurisdiction and can carry significant penalties, including jail time. Moreover, enforcement is not uniform, even within jurisdictions. In response to this problem, over the past 16 years, 51 criminal justice reform bills have been enacted in 32 states to repeal bans on various knives that are possessed for work and recreation, and most have had bipartisan support. In fact, the knife reform legislation has been passed in 7 of the 10 states represented on this committee, 5 of them with bipartisan support: Georgia, New York, Tennessee, Texas, and Wisconsin. Other states already do not ban knives of any sort, yet some states and many other localities still have knife bans on the books. Virtually all of the existing knife bans were instituted against the background of racial bias after the Civil War in the late 1950s. We also know all too well that minorities and the economically disadvantaged are too often inappropriately stopped by law enforcement, sometimes with tragic consequences. This bill simply ensures that owners with their knives locked up in accordance with this proposed law are protected and not subject to unjust prosecution for possessing a knife that is legal in the vast majority of the states. Knives are one of humankind's oldest tools possessed and carried by hundreds of millions. They are carried daily by law-abiding laborers, truck drivers, campers, hikers, sportsmen, and sportswomen, and many others as they travel this great nation. COPA would simply provide safe harbor to someone traveling with knives where it is lawful for the knives to be possessed at both points of origin and destination, so long as the knives are transported in accordance with the specific requirements that keep them inaccessible during the intervening travel. These knives will not be a threat to anyone since they are required to be locked up. This bill cannot be used to protect bad actors. If someone transports a knife with the intent to commit an offense that is punishable by imprisonment for more than 1 year, that person cannot be protected by this law. Also, COPA does not override TSA regulations. I strongly urge everyone on this committee, Republican and Democrat alike, to support COPA. This is not a partisan bill. It is a balanced solution to the difficult patchwork of knife laws throughout the United States. COPA is a criminal justice reform bill that protects innocent knife owners while ensuring bad actors are not shielded. I look forward to answering any questions the committee may have.
Thank you, Mr. Ritter. And now we'll recognize Mr. Jackson for his 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Biggs, Ranking Member McBath, and members of the committee for inviting me to be a part of this important hearing. I'm Greg Jackson, the former Deputy Director for the White House Office of Gun Violence Prevention that led our country to a 25% reduction in homicides during the Biden-Harris administration. I spent the last decade of my life working to address gun violence from across the country, and from teens lost in shootings at festivals in Baltimore to bowlers in Lewiston. It is crystal clear that gun violence is shattering communities across our country and stealing from America what President Jefferson acknowledged as our natural rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. As someone raised on a farm in rural Virginia, some of my earliest memories were hunting with my father and celebrating the rich heritage of his first rifle, a Winchester Ranger shotgun, as he handed it down to me. But in 2013, my life changed forever when I was caught in the crossfire when walking home in Washington, D.C., and the bullet that struck me left me within 50% of dying that night, and one of the hardest nights of my life by far. But since I was shot, more than 1 million Americans have been shot or killed by this crisis. Students in elementary schools, worshipers in churches, senior citizens in grocery stores, and even fans at Super Bowl parades. You know, every year over 140,000 Americans are shot, and that's equivalent to double the crowd of the Super Bowl. That's equivalent to our entire active duty for the U.S. Marine Corps being shot every single year. And this is now the leading cause of death for youth in America, and also a leading cause of death for pregnant women in America, and now a leading cause of newly disabled Americans. And during the height of the pandemic, gun deaths surged, increasing homicides by 45% and even gun suicides by nearly 10%. And as the nation mourned in 2022 when mass shootings struck in Buffalo and Uvalde, activists like myself and those sitting behind me demanded action. And we saw Democrats and Republicans step up and work together to pass the first law in 30 years, the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act. This bill took important steps to advancing our background check system, making gun trafficking a federal offense, and prohibiting gun purchases from domestic abusers. It also invested $15 billion, which created the largest investment in youth mental health, adding 14,000 school-based mental health professionals to our schools, creating the 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline, and also provided historic investments in law enforcement and community-based violence intervention programs across our country. And after signing this law, President Biden created our office to implement this law, to expand partnerships, to improve services for those impacted, but also to identify new ideas. And when we saw things like 76% of school shootings coming from guns in the home, we worked with the Department of Education to launch the first ever school-based safe storage campaign. When we saw, Glock switches terrorizing communities in places like Birmingham, we worked with ATF to shut down over 350 websites that were selling these Glock switches to Americans from China. And we took innovative approaches to address this crisis within the bounds of the law and the Second Amendment. But most importantly, our actions saved lives. In 2023, we saw a 12% decline in homicides. And in 2024, we surpassed those reductions, bringing down homicides by 14% and a 10% reduction in violent crimes. And these reductions were actually steepest in major cities that had tough gun laws and had strong leaders resourcing law enforcement and community-based strategies. Boston went down 80%. Greensboro down 41%. Milwaukee down 42%. Philadelphia down 36%. Baltimore down 22%. The state of Arizona down 50%, the steepest decline in that state's history. And even places like Miami saw the lowest number of homicides since the 1950s. There's no accident. This is no accident when we see these numbers. This is a direct result of strong gun laws and strong investments in strategies that we know work and can save lives. And frankly, I'll close with this. I mean, these percentages and data, I think for so many people, you hear them and you see them as numbers, but we know there's more than numbers. In 2023, I lost my mentee, DeMarcos. He was literally on his front porch after basketball practice and was shot and killed as a bystander. I mean, you literally sit next to a strong leader and champion, Congressman McBath, who lost her son to a fatal but preventable shooting. And we know that with every number and every life we save, that's one more family that gets to go to a wedding instead of a funeral, that gets to attend a baby shower instead of walking to a hospital to decide if their loved one has been lost. And so we stand proudly by this work. We know that these gun laws and these resources, they save lives, they make our family safer, they make your family safer, and they make America safer. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we're going to recognize Mr. McDermott for his 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Biggs, Ranking Member McBath, and distinguished members of the subcommittee. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you to share my experiences as a leading self-defense attorney in this country. My name is David McDermott. I've been a private criminal defense attorney for 27 years. I'm the founding partner of McDermott Law Group, which is also referred to as Not Your Typical Attorneys. For the past 10 years, I've focused on a niche area of defending people after they've had to defend themselves. I refer to these cases as self-defense cases, although a prosecutor's office refers to them as murder cases, attempt murder cases, or a host of other cases stemming from criminal charges. I provided legal representation to hundreds of people throughout the country, both before and after they've been involved in self-defense incident, and you'd be hard-pressed to find anybody that's litigated more of these cases. I have appeared on or in multiple news channels, podcasts, magazines, radio shows, and newspapers to discuss these cases and answer questions on self-defense laws. I've given countless lectures in front of thousands of people in multiple states throughout the country on the issue of self-defense, and I've garnered a nationwide reputation for consistently securing not guilty verdicts after asserting self-defense on behalf of my clients. A good number of people that I've represented in this matter are U.S. Concealed Carry Association members, also known as the USCCA. USCCA is one of the largest and fastest growing organizations dedicated to educating and training responsible gun owners. I'm a proud member of the USCCA and one of the critical response attorneys for over 860,000 members nationwide. Training and education are paramount to being a responsible gun owner, and in my opinion, nobody does this better than the USCCA. This type of exposure and knowledge helps to navigate through these stressful and highly intense situations, to better understand what people should and shouldn't do, and where necessary, to save lives in the process. I'm incredibly passionate about what I do for a couple reasons. First, I believe in what I do. I believe in a person's constitutional right to defend him or herself as well as others. Second, I was a victim of a random act of violence, which also allows me to personally relate to the fear my clients describe when they find themselves involved in these situations. At the age of 17, I was walking with my then girlfriend, now wife, Dana, one of my sisters and new friends, when a large group of gang members ran over to us. As they grabbed the hat off the head of one of my friends, I quickly turned to my sister and Dana and told them to run. I was certain we were about to be attacked. As soon as I could say this, though, I was hit very hard in the head with a blunt object. I immediately went down to my knees as I was beaten repeatedly with a lead pipe and baseball bat. Dana and my sister were held at gunpoint as these gangbangers continued to beat me bloody. As luck would have it, a police officer happened to drive by in the parking lot next to where this was happening, and the gang members quickly dispersed. Nobody wakes up and says, I hope today's the day where I get attacked, and I wonder if I'm going to die. Unfortunately, these acts of random violence happen more than we want to believe. We often see or hear about these incidents in the news when we turn on the TV or the radio. With such a focus and emphasis on violent crimes, it comes as little surprise that more and more people have decided to purchase firearms to defend themselves. Unfortunately, many people find themselves in situations where they're forced to defend themselves and then being criminally charged after doing so. My firm has had 5 self-defense jury trials set this month alone. The first of these trials was scheduled to start yesterday, but as luck would have it, we were able to convince the prosecutor to dismiss the case against our client. I have no shortage of exposure to these types of cases, which is why I'm excited to be in front of you, to share some perspective as to what happens after someone has been involved in a self-defense shooting. I often say this with self-defense shooting cases. You can go from being a victim of the aggressor to being a victim of the system as quickly as you pull the trigger. Our system is flawed when it comes to self-defense, as there's a lot of ignorance when it comes to this topic. The fact that we lack uniformity in our nation's laws is a significant contributing factor. For example, if you're being attacked and you reasonably believe you're about to receive great bodily harm or death, some states require you to attempt to run or flee from your attacker before using lethal force to defend yourself, while others allow you to stand your ground. Whether and how you can defend yourself shouldn't come down to what state you're in. Everyone should have the right to defend themselves in the same way. The disparity between these different rules of engagement concerning self-defense has caused a lot of confusion. From my personal experience, this confusion is not merely confined to people outside the legal profession, but people in the legal profession as well. I've seen attorneys, criminal defense attorneys, prosecuting attorneys, and even judges that have been mistaken about the self-defense laws of the jurisdiction in which they practice. If this isn't bad enough, there's such a negative stigma concerning firearms in this country. Many people believe that all firearms are bad, some even going so far as to believe that people that own firearms are bad as well. Many believe that they shouldn't be able to carry or to defend themselves with firearms. Some of these people that share these beliefs are judges. Others are potential jurors. Imagine being the victim of a violent attack, being robbed, being carjacked. Imagine you reasonably believe you're about to receive great bodily harm or death. Imagine that the only way to stop this threat is to shoot the attacker. Imagine protecting yourself under these circumstances. Now imagine a legal system that is divided in terms of how it perceives this incident. A system that regards you as a criminal after defending yourself. A system that arrests you. A system that criminally charges you. A system where attorneys and or judges don't always apply the correct law. A system where you are being prejudged merely because you own a firearm and or because you chose to protect yourself with that firearm. This is not the system we want for the people of the United States. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. I welcome any questions.
Thank you, Mr. McDermott. Now we recognize Ms. Mueller for her 5 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairman Biggs and Ranking Member McBath and Raskins. I'm Diana Mueller. I'm a 22-year retired police officer from Tulsa Police Department. I'm a national and world champion shooter and a founder of Women for Gun Rights, a nonpartisan organization dedicated to safeguarding the Second Amendment. It's an honor to represent the countless women who have experienced unthinkable tragedy and crime like murder, rape, domestic violence, and stalking. Their stories are absolutely horrifying, but underscore the importance of our organization and the desire of citizens to protect themselves and their families. Everyone in this room, Democrat and Republican, red shirt or teal shirt, we all have the same goal. We all want to be safe. Women for Gun Rights believes that education is the key to firearm safety and violence prevention. Women are the fastest growing group of gun owners in our nation, and for good reason. We are smaller and less equipped for violence, and firearms level the playing field in an attack from a larger, faster assailant. Women are choosing to carry to protect a life, not to take a life. I applaud the majority for having this hearing, highlighting the positive attributes of guns and gun ownership, and welcoming input from people with experience with firearms, with training, and with violence. With 22 years of work in the police work, I can tell you that you are your own first responder. On February 22nd of 2024, Lake and Riley went for a jog in broad daylight on a campus in a nice area. She was physically fit, she's brilliant, she's beautiful, but she had no idea the evil she would meet that day. She fought for 18 minutes to save her life. I've been in fights, and 2 minutes is a long time. She fought for 18. She was her own first responder, but she didn't have the tools to come out a victor. One of our best tools is our mind, and how we prepare that is critical for survival. Words have power, and each of you have influence in your communities. If you are telling women that they cannot protect themselves, or that she's more likely to have a gun taken from her and used against her, you're creating a victim. Women for Gun Rights is intent on empowering women and creating victors, not victims. Stop telling women they can't. They can. For example, one of our delegates from New Mexico was asleep in bed. Middle of the night, a serial rapist let out early, broke into her home, attacked her in bed. He had a firearm. She fought him, gained control of his firearm, and shot him 3 times and ran out of the house. The gun that was intended to harm her saved her life. On the other hand, you have Amanda. She was prepared. She had a concealed carry permit, she was a self-defense person, and she parked next to the campus police station. But one night, going to her car, a violent attack happened. He raped her. Not only did he rape her, he went on to kidnap, rape, and kill his 3rd victim. He's in prison now, but Amanda is confident if she had not been legislated out of the opportunity to protect herself, her story and the other girl's story would have come out differently. The law, the common sense law that was supposed to protect her, was the law that made her a victim and caused her pain and another to lose her life. I implore you, stop working against women and start empowering them. If you want to save lives, I respectfully request that this body fund training for our citizens, especially women, to learn how to avoid conflict and survive an attack with any tool she deems fit for the job. It's her body, it's her choice, right? I'll close with this. The Second Amendment, and self-defense for that matter, should not be a partisan issue, but it seems like the Democrats have coalesced against it. I, for one, am encouraged by the efforts of this Congress and this administration to restore our constitutionally protected freedoms and make guns great again.
Thank you. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Tiffany, for his 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. McDermott, I take it you're from Chicago in the Windy City, right?
That's correct.
Tell us everything. So I'm just north of you in Wisconsin. Everything I understand is that you have some of the toughest gun laws in the country in the city of Chicago.
In certain respects, but we also have the right to stand your ground. So yes, we have tough gun laws, but when it comes to self-defense, we do have the right to stand your ground, although most people don't know that.
Have those tough gun laws made Chicago safer?
Not in my opinion, not at all. Unfortunately, there are, as I'm sure you know, approximately 120 firearms in this country for every 100 citizens. A lot of those firearms are in Chicago. There was a period of time where the vast majority during COVID were being purchased out of Illinois. So we have a tremendous amount of firearms that are being purchased to combat the firearms that are already in existence there. More and more people are being attacked violently in Chicago. More and more people are in serious fear of being attacked by those individuals, and they're trying to, as best as possible, arm themselves against the situation.
And yet those tough gun laws have not reversed that trend, is that correct?
Not in any way.
Okay. Ms. Mueller, do gun-free zones work? We see gun-free zones, you see the signs regularly, schools, other places like that. Do gun-free zones work?
No, sir, they do not. They are actually the opposite of what they are intended to do. When you see a gun-free zone, 94% of mass public shootings happen in gun-free zones. They are killers. They empower criminals to come after people and basically shoot people in a barrel, shoot fish in a barrel. They are killers.
Yeah, so for example, I've had a couple of school administrators say to me that just give us the option to be able to not put that sign, gun-free zone, on the front of our school, and it actually would make it safer. Do you agree with those school administrators?
I absolutely agree. I believe that if you put the sign that said that there were people armed in there and people weren't actually armed, that would make your school safer.
I want to talk to you a little bit about you, and the final page of the testimony that I saw from you in regards to mental health. I really find it very interesting where you get into psychotropic drugs and things like that, and how much we give this to people. And in particular, I'm concerned about the amount of psychotropic drugs that are given to boys in like 6, 7 years of age in kindergarten, first grade, to control their behavior, and I believe it's rewiring their brains. Now, I don't have scientific evidence of that, but I think we should be doing some research in regards to it. Tell us what you think are some solutions for that could be helpful to prevent some of these shootings that happen as a result of mental health breakdowns.
That's a great question. I do, and I'm not a doctor, and that is a deep, deep well that you just dove into. But I do know that when you tell me that there are black box warning labels and that it causes homicidal and suicidal tendencies, that's pretty much a no-brainer as to why don't we look and do some studies as to how these drugs are affecting our kids and even our adults. So I would like research in that area.
Do you, have you not found much research? Because I haven't either, and it seems to me it's something that there should be, you know, you think about the National Institute of Health and how they've squirreled or I can't use that term here at the dais, how they've wasted money, the American taxpayers' money. It seems like something like this would be a really good research project, especially at some leading universities around America. I mean, isn't there much more research that needs to be done?
Well, and I'm glad that you brought that up because just like, it seems like there's one-sided research in several different areas, not only in the mental health and how it affects guns, but also just the gun-related deal. Because the CDC did do a study in 2013, and the numbers that this saves, that's what's missing from this conversation, is that the number of 48,000 deaths annually from firearms-related causes is a horrible number. But you guys are leaving out the conversation, the number of saves. That study, I think it said 3 million, up to 3 million saves annually. And if we're going to look at apples and apples, yes, 45,000 deaths is terrible. But when you compare that to the 3 million that it saved, we should be having that conversation as well. It's disingenuous.
Yeah, thank you in regards to that.
And it's scrubbed from the CDC.
and Mr.
It's no longer there.
Yeah, and Mr. Chairman, I think that we should be following up with the administration to try to get better research in regards to this and get more comprehensive research. I want to ask one other question for Mr. Ritter. Give us some context of these crime statistics that we've just been hearing from the other side. Hasn't crime been going down for a few decades, had a spike in 2020, and now is coming back down? Could you give us some context?
Gentleman's time has expired, but we'll allow the witness to answer.
So these statistics primarily deal with a broad range of weapons. You know, my concern is knives. We certainly see that crimes committed with knives have remained somewhat steady over the years if you look at the FBI statistics. And we know that the majority of those crimes are committed with chef's knives. So if you want to ban knives, maybe take everyone's chef's knives away.
I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Chair now recognizes the ranking member, Ms. McBath.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just before I ask my questions, I just want to say in reference to what Mr. McDermott said is absolutely the truth. It's correct. The guns coming into Illinois, we know specifically are trafficked from outside that state, as that's happening all around the country. The Office of Gun Violence Prevention made demonstrable improvement in reducing gun violence in America. In its first days in office, the Trump administration eliminated the office, threatening the progress that we've made in gun violence. Mr. Jackson, my questions are for you. If you can be succinct, because I have a number of questions for you. The Trump White House shuttered the Office of Gun Violence Prevention. What work won't happen as a result of that?
Well, there's no longer a team that's focused every day on getting the resources to life-saving strategies. We talked about domestic violence, but one of our jobs was pushing over $450 million to states to help them implement strategies to remove firearms from domestic abusers. But now, without our office there to oversee the dollars getting to the communities needed, implementing and expediting laws or executive actions, frankly, processes will be slowed and unfortunately lives will be lost.
Please tell us how state and local governments have taken up the mantle of the White House Office of Gun Violence Prevention.
Yeah, I mean, seeing the results that we saw federally, when we started the administration, there was only one statewide Office of Gun Violence Prevention. Now there's 14. There were only 20 at the city level. Now there's 140. And across the country, watching cities and states think about how do they prevent violence, looking at an all-of-government approach to not only keep guns out of the hands of those who are most at risk or most vulnerable, but how do we invest in mental health, behavioral health, community violence intervention, crime gun intelligence, law enforcement to reduce violence.
Some Republicans are attempting to defund federal law enforcement, including the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, the ATF. How important is the ATF to state and local law enforcement's efforts to solve violent crime and protect our communities?
When we traveled the country, we heard firsthand from local law enforcement how important ATF is. There are real limitations to what local law enforcement can do. And we looked at, for example, ATF prosecute over 680 gun traffickers. Like Mr. McDermott said, guns that are moving from one state into another, ATF is the team that can prosecute and get those criminals off the streets. They also made sure that 4,600 domestic abusers were prohibited from getting firearms and made sure they didn't purchase firearms through the enhanced background check system. So the ATF is crucial to look at how guns are moving across states and causing harm, but also looking upstream at how do we hold traffickers, gun dealers, and the manufacturers accountable.
Thank you. And everyone is affected by gun violence. Have rural communities been receptive to these CVI programs?
Rural communities have heavily embraced our work, and frankly, we think about gun violence, it's homicides and suicides are such a devastating part of this problem, but we know that suicides are most intensely impacting older white males in rural America. And that's why our office partnered with the Department of Veterans Affairs, even connected with the Department of Agriculture, to think about how do we educate our older Americans about lethal means and safe storage, but also start to empower families on how they can leverage tools like extreme risk protection orders to ensure that their elder family members are safe even in those moments of crisis.
So what more should we be doing to support state and local law enforcement?
Well, we have to continue to invest and resource them. And we had a roundtable with President Biden with police chiefs from across the country. And the number one thing that they said supported their work was having true community partners. And that's where investments in community violence intervention and victim services played a huge role in ensuring that it's not just law enforcement trying to solve this problem, that we have health departments and doctors and community organizations and schools and principals all equipped with tools and resources to prevent violence before it happens. So we have to keep building on that. We have to strengthen the full ecosystem that's working together to keep our communities safe. And we can do that by passing the Office of Gun Violence Act that will create an office beyond the White House, but also just protecting those important investments through the appropriations process.
There's been so much success, but we also have so much more to do, and we have to keep going. We have to continue to make sure that we're keeping all of our communities safe. I myself, having been exposed to gun violence directly, I care about everyone's community. I don't care what side of the aisle we sit on. We have to keep our communities safe. I have a unanimous consent request. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record an article by Alicia Ibaraji entitled "More Than Half of U.S. Teachers Think Being Armed Would Make Students Less Safe," reports findings, published by CNN on May 21st.
Without objection.
Thank you.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the witnesses being here today in attendance. Ms. Mueller, are you familiar with the ATF's zero tolerance policy that was implemented by Biden's ATF?
I have heard of it.
What are some of the consequences of taking these aggressive enforcement actions, do you think?
Well, I'll begin with, I'm a professional shooter, I'm not an FFL, but what I do understand, and I hear from people who are FFLs, is that the Biden administration and the way they went to, it wasn't a partnership anymore, it was more of an adversarial relationship, and therefore it really hurt the relationship between the FFLs and the ATF. So I think it was a mistake, and not really going after the right target.
Yeah, I mean, they're usually our front lines, right? I mean, they're keeping prohibited buyers off of the purchasing rolls, if you will. So I would think working with the ATF would be beneficial, but often I think it looked like it was adversarial, and some of the FFLs were targeted in many ways, I think, by the ATF. So it was counterproductive, really what they were intended to do and what they should have been doing. Maybe it's two different things, and I think it sends a wrong message a lot of times. So tell me, I've got a wife and 2 daughters. They're both concealed carry. Tell me how being able to carry a firearm really, it levels the playing field for our female folks who are on the streets in dangerous situations. Tell us a little bit about that. How does that help?
It really does level the playing field and give us a chance. I believe that the people that advocate for gun control are doing it with good intentions, but they're doing it from a place of privilege. If you don't think that you need the Second Amendment and you don't think that you need to carry a firearm or have training or have self-defense as a defense, then you're coming from a place of privilege. You're not living in a community that is plagued with violence. You're not living in a community that needs to have that kind of security. So I would check your privilege and say that the Second Amendment is what gives everyone the right to be safe.
And I would agree with that. I think very often, the left in the country wants to disarm its citizens. And then at the same time, they often, call for defunding the police. And you put those citizens in a tough spot because you don't want them armed to defend themselves. And in many cases, the DAs and AGs in those communities were turning criminals loose with a slap on the wrist, basically, sometimes just cash bail. And so I think it puts those folks in those communities in grave danger. Mr. McDermott, I noticed Memorial Day weekend in Chicago, you said, well, there was actually the statistics where 34 were shot, 8 were killed, and the youngest was a 20-year-old. And you said in Chicago, we're seeing more and more gun purchases, but why are we seeing that? What's going on?
Well, quite frankly, the reason we're seeing more people purchasing firearms is because there's such an emphasis on defunding the police. There's so many different rules and regulations put in place to restrict what police can and can't do. With respect to, for example, carjackings, which are a very significant crime in Chicago, they're very often being taken place. And we are now saying the police can't, or not just now, but we've been saying police can't pursue these vehicles after a certain speed. There's no way for people to be able to protect themselves, there's no way for people to really feel a particular comfort in the police being able to protect them from these types of dangers. They're seeing it. It's constantly on the news. It's constantly in their face, and more people are purchasing firearms to be able to defend themselves. And I think a big issue here, a lot of people direct the issue towards guns. There's not an issue with guns. The issue is with criminals, and we continue to empower criminals on a daily basis. We continue to write laws that help criminals to get away with more crime, and to disable at the same time those law-abiding citizens that are being put in a position where they're forced to defend themselves.
Great. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields. Chair now recognizes the ranking member of the entire committee from Maryland, Mr. Raskin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Jackson, guns are the leading cause of death for young people in America. Guns are, I learned from you, the leading cause of death for pregnant women in America. They are the leading cause of disabilities for newly disabled people. I learned from you. I know that the U.S. Has more firearms than people, and I know that, excuse me, I know that we've got a firearm homicide rate 25 times higher than other comparable wealthy countries. Now, I hear the argument that because our society is swimming in firearms, that people need more firearms to defend themselves. Of course, people have a constitutional right to purchase a handgun to defend themselves, right? Under the Heller versus District of Columbia case. Isn't that right?
Correct.
So people have that right. So it seems to me that the argument that is being advanced is a huge non sequitur. The claim is being made, pushing an open door that people have a right to a gun to defend themselves if that's how they choose to defend themselves. And therefore, we shouldn't do anything else to try to limit the staggering amount of gun violence in society. Now, you're here to tell us that the Biden administration saw great success. Will you just give us what were the major elements of that success in reducing gun violence?
Right. I mean, just to build on your statement, I mean, if guns made us safer, we would definitely be the safest country in the world, considering how many firearms are in our communities. But we knew that gun violence is about more than just solving a crime. It's about preventing a health crisis. And so we looked at strategies to help victims heal, investing in the Crime Victims Fund and VOCA, investing in violence intervention programs and law enforcement crime intelligence strategies.
Okay, were any of those things struck down as violative of anybody's Second Amendment rights?
No.
Okay, so why isn't everybody celebrating across the aisle that we actually saved thousands of lives through the things the Biden administration did without violating anybody's Second Amendment rights?
It baffles me because I think we should all have the same goal of saving lives, and we now have a strategy that has been proven for 2 years in a row to save historic lives. And our cities are frankly, I mean, Boston had an 82% reduction. I don't know how we can even debate.
82% reduction in
homicides.
gun homicides.
Yes.
So, can you explain this to me? People have a right to a gun to defend themselves. Everybody agrees to that. You never challenged that, did you, in your office?
Correct.
Okay. And why is it that people are taking the position we shouldn't be doing anything to reduce gun violence other than selling more guns?
You know, I think frankly, there's, the gun industry is big business. We talked about there being over, 20,000, 30,000, 25,000 FFLs. And frankly, that may not sound big to some folks, but that's enough to fill Madison Square Garden. And there's a lot of profit to be made in selling firearms, but we've seen firsthand that that's not how we prevent violence.
Yeah.
Guns don't make us safe. Preventing violence is what makes us safe, and that's what we proved that has worked.
So the whole point of the social contract, if you read John Locke or Hobbes or Rousseau, anybody who wrote about the social contract, is we'll be safer coming together with laws than we would be if we were just in a state of war, a state of violence against each other. So if we're talking about how to promote self-defense, aren't the laws that you're talking about themselves instruments of self-defense and community safety?
Correct. I mean, I think we should always focus on preventing a conflict in the first place. I mean, we talked a little about stand your ground laws here today, but I'll be upfront with you. If I tried to stand my ground when I was shot, I'd be dead. Because evading is the number one way to move.
What about, there's so many of these spectacular mass gun shootings at schools and Walmarts and so on, where there were armed guards around, right?
Correct.
And there are lots of cases where they just go right through the guards.
And we think about Uvalde, where we had hundreds of law enforcement, where we had Buffalo, where armed folks engaged the shooter and lost. And we have to realize that the way that we can truly save lives is preventing someone from walking onto a campus or approaching senior citizens in a grocery store in the first place.
Thank you. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Kiley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to bring to the committee's attention what is the single most radical attack on the Second Amendment that we have seen in a long, long time. It is a bill that was just introduced in the California legislature, AB 1333, the relevant text of which is here behind me. And what this bill seeks to do is to effectively overturn the Castle Doctrine, to say that it is no longer a justifiable form of self-defense to defend a habitation or property. Now, you might say, well, okay, something crazy is being proposed in California. What else is new? But one of the advocacy groups for this measure, in fact, that by all reports seems to have written the measure, has stated that this bill is, quote, a blueprint for the rest of the nation. And so I think it is worth taking very seriously the outrageous affront to the Second Amendment that this measure represents. Even jurisdictions that have the weakest protections for the Second Amendment and for the right to self-defense have generally upheld the Castle Doctrine. Even states that impose a right to retreat, let's say, when you're confronted with deadly force, still maintain the basic view that your home is your castle and you have the right to defend yourself if there is a home invasion. After all, if you're confronted in your home, where are you supposed to retreat to? I mean, let's just try to get our minds around the absurdity of this idea. You're asleep in your home in the middle of the night, a burglar breaks into your home, is heading to the room where your young children are fast asleep, and what are you supposed to do? You have to affirmatively somehow confirm that this individual is actually posing a risk? This is what I believe the Latin is res ipsa loquitur. The thing speaks for itself. He has just invaded your home in the middle of the night. Of course, he's posing a risk. So what are you supposed to do? You're running through a metal detector, and only then, if it goes off, you have the right to defend yourself and your family and your children? Just think about what the impact, if this is going to be. It will massively tip the scales in favor of the criminal in the case of such a confrontation. It puts the onus on you, the victim, an ordinary citizen minding your own business in your own home, whose home has just been invaded, to somehow meet a set of legal requirements before exercising your inherent right to self-defense. And the criminal, knowing this, will use it to press their advantage. Indeed, more broadly, criminals knowing that homeowners have been rendered defenseless will be much more likely to burglarize homes. And citizens, knowing the legal peril that they might face, will be less likely to take steps to actually defend themselves, which again will incentivize more burglaries. Again, this is a measure that the lead advocacy group called a blueprint for the rest of the nation. So maybe I'll pose this question to Mr. McDermott. Ms. Mueller, if you have any thoughts as well. What do you see as the risk of a measure like this, and how can we assure that we are protecting the Second Amendment rights of folks across the country in the face of these proposals?
Thanks for the question. I think more than anything else, as Ms. Mueller put it, many of these people that are enacting or proposing the enactment of these laws come from a place of privilege. I represent a lot of these people post self-defense incident. It's an entirely different story. It's entirely different when you have to speak on somebody's behalf, defend them in court as to what they did, and something that many people would think makes sense. It was something that was life-sustaining. It was something which was necessary to preserve the lives of their family. Criminals are not restricted in their ability to commit crimes, but yet so many law-abiding citizens are restricted in their ability to defend themselves. And this is another way in which that happens. I think a very serious concern here, and I talked about it in my opening statement, is the fact that we are imposing or suggesting the imposition of additional duty retreat states, duty retreat jurisdictions. And this is very wrong. This is basically coming from a place of, I liken this to Monday morning quarterbacking, where you basically, when I'm litigating these cases in court in real time, and I'm listening to all these different things, and I'm taking this all in, knowing what my client actually went through, and you've got somebody that's sitting in the comfortable place of their home, and they're watching the football game on a big screen, and they see all the different options that the quarterback has when he hikes the ball. The quarterback is seeing a number of different people running at him, full speed, big people getting ready to take him out, has seconds, sometimes milliseconds to go ahead and respond in those types of situations. And then people on Monday morning, just like lawmakers, unfortunately, in different jurisdictions, are saying, you know what, you should have done this differently. And it's pretty sad, it's pretty pathetic, and it's not helping people to defend themselves, which is an innate right. Everybody in this room can agree that everybody has a right to defend themselves. It's just half this room is disagreeing as to why or how they can do that.
Thank you. The gentleman's time has expired. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Goldman.
Well, I agree with Mr. McDermott. Everybody in this room recognizes there's a right to self-defense, so I hope my colleague from California is permitted by his former colleagues to speak at the hearing on the California bill that is not a bill in this Congress. Mr. McDermott, I want to just clarify something you said. You said earlier on that in Chicago, the gun laws have not worked. I beg to differ. The Everytown gun law rankings that just came out, and I'm happy to introduce this, has Illinois, in terms of its gun law strength, at number 3. California's 1, Massachusetts 2, Illinois 3, my home state of New York 4. The problem with those states is that there is an iron pipeline where guns that are manufactured outside of those states are trafficked into those states. The ATF is the federal government agency that is charged, and I believe, Mr. Jackson, am I right, that the ATF is the only one with technology that can trace guns?
They're definitely the best at it.
Yeah, and so most local law enforcement send the guns to the ATF to trace so that they can figure out where they're coming from. That allows us to enforce federal laws against gun trafficking. Now, I want to raise a different point here because not only was Kash Patel recently confirmed to be the director of the FBI, he has never managed a local bakery, much less an institution of the size of the FBI. But then President Trump named him also to be the acting director of the ATF. Mr. Patel spoke at the inaugural summit of an organization called the Gun Owners of America, which says on its website that they advocate for abolishing the ATF. Mr. Jackson, briefly, can you just summarize what would happen if the ATF were abolished?
I mean, we would lose the ability to federally enforce rogue gun dealers, to focus on disrupting problematic iron pipelines, as you spoke of. There's multiple across the country. To prosecute gun traffickers. It would greatly handicap our background check system and our ability to identify and frankly deny dangerous sales of firearms. And most importantly, it will strip us of the ability to look out for emerging threats. We know that there are things like Glock switches and innovations that are happening every day that are making weapons more deadly.
Ghost guns as well. Now, that's not just a potential problem, that's a real problem because the president has issued an executive order to reevaluate every gun regulation that has been implemented by the Biden administration through Mr. Jackson and the excellent work and part of the Office of Gun Violence Prevention. Now, one of those rules is the engaged in the business of selling guns rule, which is clearly a target of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. And it's pretty remarkable to me because that rule, which is often referred to as the zero tolerance policy, revokes federal firearm licenses for people who, one, willfully transfer a firearm to a prohibited person, someone who the law says is not allowed to own a gun. 2, fails to run a required background check. 3, falsify records. 4, fail to respond to a tracing request. Or 5, refuse to permit ATF to conduct an inspection in violation of the law. In other words, that regulation is designed solely to enforce the law. And yet, for some reason, that is a purported infringement on our Second Amendment rights. Ms. Mueller, I have a couple quick questions for you. Is there a Second Amendment right for a mentally ill person to own a firearm?
There isn't one that isn't.
Is there a Second Amendment right for, I just have a little time, for someone convicted of or with an outstanding order from domestic violence to own a gun?
Repeat the question, please.
Can someone who has committed domestic violence own a gun? Is there a Second Amendment right?
Gentleman's time has expired. You may
No,
answer the
sir.
question if you can. Thank you.
No, sir.
No, there's not. This is not a Second Amendment.
Your
issue
time
that
has
we're
expired,
talking
sir. Thank you. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Nels.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Kiley, thank you for your questions. You think about California. Well, it's California. You figured that. You know, as an old sheriff in Fort Bend County, Texas, we love the great state of Texas. You come into the great state of Texas, you start waving a gun around and threatening our citizens, or you break into a home in the state of Texas, you're leaving in a bag. You will leave in a bag. And as a sheriff, many did, breaking into people's homes, their castles, threatening, scaring people. That's California for you, but I tell you, not in the great state of Texas, we won't allow it. First, I want to ask about the effect of left-wing DAs charging people with crimes for engaging in obvious self-defense or defense of others. Mr. Daniel Penny, his name comes to mind as a recent example. Last year, Mr. Penny restrained Jordan Neely on the New York City subway after Neely continued to threaten women and children on the train, which unfortunately resulted in his death. I'm sure that Mr. Penny didn't want to have to take the man's life. Nobody wants to do that. Although this was an obvious case of self-defense of others, Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg charged Penny with manslaughter, likely due to public pressure from the left-wing radicals who felt Mr. Neely should have been allowed to threaten women and children with impunity. And even though the jury came to an obvious outcome of a full acquittal, didn't take long, a full acquittal, the damage to Mr. Penny had already been done. He had been through an 18-month ordeal in which his name and reputation had drug it through the mud. So the government, the media's message to New Yorkers was clear. Dare to protect your fellow citizens, and we will destroy your life. You know, the old Good Samaritan. Do you have Good Samaritans out there anymore? You may not have them anymore. Why would anybody do it when you have nut jobs like Alvin Bragg and others that want to go after and make the individual that wants to help other people, he's all of a sudden the suspect? Mr. McDermott, do these kinds of political prosecutions deter people from coming to the defense of others? And how does that put at risk vulnerable populations like women and children and the elderly? In other words, how important is it? How important is it for us to have a society where people feel empowered to come to the defense of the vulnerable, Mr. McDermott?
Obviously, the question answers itself. It's extremely important. We have a number of different problems. First off, many people recognize the right to defend themselves, and very often they disregard the right to defend others, as happened in that particular case. There are certain uniform, I would say, rules in this space. There are certain things that you see repeating themselves very often. For example, my clients that are being charged with very serious charges, the majority of these clients, the vast majority of these clients, close to all of them, have no criminal backgrounds. Yet the victims that are being the complaining witnesses in these cases do have backgrounds. They have violent backgrounds. I have a client right now that's in custody that will not release from custody because it's been determined that she's a danger to society. She's a grandmother. She's protecting herself. She's protecting her daughter. She's protecting her 75-year-old mother from two grown men that were beating on them, and she's being charged. So this is happening just far too often.
Thank you. Thank you,
General.
Mr. McDermott. I got one question, a minute left. Talk about the Second Amendment, uniformity in the Second Amendment. Based on the current laws of the states of New Jersey, Pennsylvania, for example, a Pennsylvania resident could receive an 18-month prison sentence and a $10,000 fine simply for possessing a knife in New Jersey that he is legally allowed to have in Pennsylvania. So, Mr. Ritter, how do you think that is in the spirit of the Second Amendment? How does the lack of uniformity among states, even in what kind of knife one can carry, degrade the right to self-defense?
So the issue is, under Bruin, there really is no defense for creating a ban on a particular kind of knife, because all of these knives are common. All of these knives are, quite frankly, less dangerous than a firearm. The purpose of my bill is to ensure that if someone from your great state of Texas is going to the great state of New Hampshire and has to pass through New Jersey, that they can do so without risk of being in prison for simply carrying a knife that's legal at both the start and the finish of their journey, as long as they lock it up. This is about protecting your constituents.
Thank you, Mr. Ritter. With that, I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman's time's expired. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Knott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it's interesting that my friends on the other side of the aisle have tiptoed around the issue and even claimed to be not against the Second Amendment. They're not hostile towards the Second Amendment, but life experience and observation of any objective record shows that they are very hostile towards the Second Amendment. Even some of the cases that they have cited in limited support of their questions, whether it be Heller or Bruin, the Democratic Party has been against those in lockstep and have been challenging those at lower circuits ever since those opinions went into effect. And even in these questions, the insinuation that there are far too many guns in the United States. You should pass more laws, but don't buy more guns. You should prosecute people who are too aggressive in self-defense. You should prosecute the use of lethal force, even if it results in the death of an attacker. These are things that are fundamentally contrarian and against the claim that they are not for the Second Amendment. And one of the statements that was made by a witness at the panel says that guns do not make us safe. And as a career prosecutor, I have to differ, in my opinion, in the strongest sense. And I'll start with you, Ms. Mueller. Do you agree with that statement? And in your experience as a police officer, one statement that you made said that we are our own first responders. So in your experience, ma'am, what is your opinion on whether or not guns do in fact make us safe? You're on a roll, too. Yeah. That was good. What's up with that?
I've tried. Sir.
Unless it just like whatever was happening, it froze it because your mic's.
Yeah.
Never a dull moment.
Because they wouldn't give you your time at the end.
Okay, after he's heard everything.
Correct. Yep.
I know. That's all right. Must have like a short circuit.
I have a unanimous.
Passing more laws. Exist.
Mr. Subcommittee's called back to order. We appreciate your patience. We've rebooted the whole system. And Mr. Knott had been recognized, and so Mr. Knott, we recognize you for the completion of 5 minutes.
Thank you. Ms. Mueller, do you remember the question I asked? Essentially, the notion that guns don't make us safe. In your experience as a law enforcement officer, as a woman who carries, do you agree with that statement? Why or why not?
No, sir, I do not. And I honestly believe that gun control is the remnants of the racism, the systemic racism that we hear about in America. I mean, think about the newly freed slaves. What did they do to them? They disarmed them. They made it certain that they couldn't defend themselves. So the bottom line is that gun control is racist. And today, the communities that are most impacted by violence, they need the proper education about firearms safety. They don't need to be disarmed.
In your experience, ma'am, are firearms used as a deterrent for violent crimes that could result in serious injury or death?
Absolutely, and that's what that CDC study showed, and that's why it's no longer on their website. It's because it doesn't support their narrative.
Right. Now, in regards to your experience as a law enforcement officer, ma'am, what effect on safety in local communities did defunding the police and the open border policies of the Biden administration have on public safety?
I think it was detrimental, and I think that that's why Americans flew to the gun stores, and we've had record sales. We're touting that the bipartisan bill has decreased crime. Well, I would submit that it was because we've had over 1 million gun sales a month for the past 4 years, and that there's an estimated 26 million first-time gun owners. So it's not that gun control is working. Maybe it's the opposite, that firearms do prevent crimes. Also, on the heels of defunding the police, Baltimore has hired police officers, and they have prosecuted criminals. That is how you maintain a safer community.
Now, Mr. McDermott, in regards to Chicago, there's been a lot of talk about this iron pipeline and so on and so forth, but their current mayor, Mr. Johnson, he campaigned as someone who was very hostile towards the police department. He was very progressive in his willingness to let positions go unfilled. What effect does local law enforcement backing the blue, enforcing existing laws have on gun violence in Chicago and other cities where violence is a problem?
Thank you. I believe Mr. Raskin indicated that Chicago is a place where there's been a lot of, the gun law strength has become much better. But if you ask the people of Chicago, they don't feel safer. They don't feel safer at all. As a matter of fact, they feel even more scared, especially when you're talking about things such as defunding the police. This gives rise to a great concern. A lot of people are, as I said, are going out purchasing firearms because they don't believe they can now feel that they have that type of protection there. So it's created a number of different situations that weren't created before. Something that hasn't been brought up, the number of people that are being charged after defending themselves is at an all-time high from my experience.
Yeah.
I don't know there are any statistics on that, but from my experience, there's a tremendous number of people that are being charged that were never being charged before after defending themselves in Chicago.
I find it interesting that the other side of the aisle says we need to pass more laws. That will reduce gun violence, passing more laws, right?
Well, because
it's illegal to sell drugs, but what do people do? They sell drugs. It's illegal to commit assault, but what do people do? Commit assault. It's illegal to commit property crimes. What do they do? But they commit property crimes. But if we just pass more laws, the criminals who use firearms will obey them. That's the narrative.
Yeah, absolutely, that's the narrative. And obviously, that's not what's happening. We're seeing that we are disarming law-abiding citizens.
Is there a gun control measure that will not affect lawful, responsible gun owners, but will affect criminals?
Gentleman's time's expired. You may answer the question, Mr. McDermott.
I'm sorry, in what respect? You're saying, is there
a law that could be passed that will not punish law-abiding, responsible gun owners, but will prohibit criminals from breaking the law?
Not in this context, not at all.
Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman's time has expired. Yeah, I understand you have a UC.
Yeah, but I actually have a point of order first now. The witness.
Please state your point of order.
The witness just falsely identified something that he claimed I said. I'd never even mentioned the word Chicago. If we could change the record on that, or at least I'd like to clarify. He may have been thinking of something somebody else said, but I never mentioned Chicago.
We're going to let it stand. The record speaks for itself.
Okay, then I just want to state that that was completely false.
Thank you. Now, the chair,
I have a unanimous consent request to enter in the record an article from Benjamin Weiss titled Dems Demand Details from Bondi on Trump's Directive to Review Gun Regulations, published by Courthouse News on March 3rd, 2025.
Without objection. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Swalwell.
Well, this hearing is...
Hold it. We've got a problem with the clock again.
I'll take as much time as I may consume.
I know I'm not giving you 10:34.
You don't want to give me 10:34.
So,
I was.
So they're checking on it. So we're going to be in recess for another. Are we good? We good? Okay. All right. I need some help watching that clock. But now, Mr. Swalwell, please.
Well, this hearing is beautifully titled, The Right to Self-Defense. I see some moms who are here who would like to talk about the right to self-defense, because a lot of moms lost their children in many of the mass shootings conducted with assault weapons over the last 10 years. So I would like to ask, what was the self-defense in Aurora where 12 people were killed? What was the self-defense in Newtown where 26 people were killed, most of them babies, little kids? What was the self-defense in Orlando? 49 people were killed. What was the self-defense in Vegas when 58 people were killed? What was the self-defense in Sutherland Springs? 26 people were killed. What was the self-defense at Parkland, where 17 people were killed, mostly students? What was the self-defense at a synagogue in Pittsburgh, where 11 people were killed? What was the self-defense in Thousand Oaks, where 12 people were killed? What was the self-defense in Gilroy, where 3 people were killed? What was the self-defense in El Paso, where 22 people were killed? What was the self-defense in Dayton, where 9 people were killed? Or Boulder, where 10 people were killed? Or the self-defense in Buffalo, where another 10 were killed? Or Uvalde, where 21 were killed, mostly babies, mostly little kids? Or Highland Park, not an assault rifle? Or Charleston in a church? Or Santa Fe? What was the self-defense? When most parents hear that, that there's a right to self-defense, they say bullshit. My kids have a right to go home. My kids have a right to go home. I should be able to look them in the eye in the morning when I send them off to school and not have to think about what they're wearing because I may have to identify them later. And that's what parents do right now. I know because they tell me. I know because I have 3 littles, 2 of them who are already doing mass shooter drills. I talked to a substitute teacher recently who told me that a student came up to her in her classroom and said, "Do you know where to put us?" And she was confused, and she said, "What are you talking about? Where do I put you?" And the student said, "You're not our normal teacher. Our normal teacher knows where to put us if somebody comes in here with a gun. Did they tell you where you're supposed to put us?" Those are the questions that our children are asking right now. Will you protect me? Do you think they feel protected by this hearing? By putting into our streets and our communities the most dangerous weapons so they can go into the hands of the most dangerous people? That doesn't protect anybody. Mr. Jackson, I wanted to ask you, and thank you for your work, can you think of a legitimate purpose for an untraceable, unregistered gun?
No.
So would you agree that the only reason you need a what's called ghost gun is because you're a prohibited purchaser and you can't get one any other way, or you intend to commit a crime and you don't want people knowing where the gun came from?
Exactly.
I'd like unanimous consent, Mr. Chairman, to enter into the record a California Department of Justice report on California's fight against ghost guns.
Without objection.
Mr. Jackson, can you talk about some of the preparations and trainings and studies you and your office had done around mass shootings and what we can do to not traumatize our kids, because I think there is trauma associated with having to go through some of these drills, but to also not leave them unprepared if that ever came to their classroom?
Yeah, I mean, we looked pretty intensely at how guns are impacting our schools and frankly, what steps have been taken. And one thing that was clear is that the biggest threat are guns that are coming from the home. 76% of school shootings come from the home, and not just some boogeyman in the alley. But the real work that needs to be done is engaging parents to be more responsible in securing and storing their firearms to help prevent these tragedies.
That's not taking anyone's gun. That's just saying there's things you can do to lock it up and keep it safe. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes the chairman of the full committee, Mr. Jordan.
Yeah, I was just going to make a point. Earlier, one of our Democrat colleagues talked about Kash Patel running the ATF. What I will say is this. When the ATF was run by someone else, I know some of the crazy things that happened. Any of you ever heard of Brian Malinowski? What happened to Mr. Malinowski? They said that he had somehow accused of selling 6 firearms that he wasn't supposed to sell. Instead of going, and they had a search warrant, instead of going there to Brian Malinowski while he worked, highest paid municipal employee in Little Rock, Arkansas, worked at the Bill and Hillary Clinton Airport. Instead of going to the airport and talking to him, going to his house, and then doing the search warrant, they decided they were going to do a pre-dawn raid. And they were all set to do it on one particular Friday, and then they found out he wasn't home. So they called it off, and they said, we're going to wait till the next Friday when he is home and go at, again, pre-dawn raid, 10 cars pull up, ATF agents and local police. They go up. The first thing you see from the doorbell cam is them putting the tape on the doorbell camera, and then 53 seconds later, Brian Malinowski is shot in the head because he does what any normal person would do. It's why what Mr. Kiley brought up about the crazy law they're proposing in California. He was defending himself. He thought he was getting robbed. Defended himself, gets shot in the head, and dies several hours later. That's the ATF before. So you can criticize Kash Patel. That's ridiculous. Thank goodness he is running the ATF. We don't have the same people who ran it when that happened to Mr. Mountain. Made no sense. 53 seconds. Why not just execute the search warrant like you should? Why not talk to him? Why not pick him up at the airport? Mr. Malinowski, we're going to your house. Call your wife. Let him know we're coming. We'll go there. We'll execute the search warrant. No, they couldn't do it that way. So I thank the good Lord Cash Patel is running the FBI and, frankly, interim director of the ATF. I don't know if you guys want to, Ms. Miller, you can say something, or Mr. McDermott, I'll let you guys say something if you want, but I thought.
Amen.
Amen. God bless you. I appreciate that. I'll yield the rest of I appreciate you, the witnesses here today. Appreciate the chairman, the good work he does. I yield the rest of my time to the chairman.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Ritter, are knives included in the definition of arms under the Second Amendment?
Certainly, they have been considered arms for millennia, perhaps man's oldest.
Is there any cases, Supreme Court or other federal cases that shed light on how knives are protected under the Second Amendment?
Certainly, both Heller and Brune bring up the subject of knives as arms, and they are certainly protected by the Second Amendment.
Under the COPA, Knife Owners Protection Act, the purpose of that is allow someone to move from state to state, and while they're actually in transit, they don't have access to their knives. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And so that's why there's been bipartisan support. Generally, they don't have access to those knives, but they also shouldn't be prosecuted for transporting their knives across state lines.
That is correct. I mean, the reason we get bipartisan support is because the bills that we propose are all about criminal justice reform and people not being stopped simply because they're carrying a knife with no criminal intent whatsoever.
And in COPA, there's a provision dealing with private right of action. Why is that so important to the bill?
Private right of action is very important to COPA because COPA is closely related to the Firearms Owners Protection Act. In fact, it was originally based on that. And unfortunately, the Second Circuit in Taraco versus Port Authority determined that those sorts of claims do not give rise to a private right of action. So in some of the states where folks are most in danger of being prosecuted for having an illegal knife, even if they were to follow the lock them up according to COPA, there's a precedent that they have no right of action. And without a right of action, there's very little deterrence for rogue law enforcement or prosecutors to go after them, despite what Congress's intent may be.
Thank you. With that, the time, I'm going to yield it back to Mr. Jordan, who's gone, and so the time has expired. And now I recognize the gentlelady from California, Ms. Laurel Lee. I'm sorry, Florida. I'm sorry. What did I say?
California.
Oh, gracious.
Uh-oh.
Understandable mistake, Mr. Chairman. I will yield my time to the chairman.
Thank you. Ms. Mueller, are people who want to restrict Second Amendment rights supportive of women's rights?
Negative.
How so?
Well, like I mentioned in my opener, that we are smaller and less equipped for violence. And that is why women are the fastest growing demographic of gun owners. It levels the playing field. And if anybody thinks that they don't need a firearm or chooses not to have a firearm, that's their choice. But they're going to do so from a place of privilege because they may have security or they may live in a community that doesn't necessarily need to have security. But not all of us can afford to have our own security. Therefore, we have to take it in our own hands. And I know mothers that refuse to outsource the security of their children. And like Mr. Swalwell said, school shootings and all of those shootings that you mentioned, I was trying to keep up with you, but I was thinking gun-free zone, gun-free zone, gun-free zone, gun-free zone. Obviously, gun-free zones do not work. They're dangerous, they're deadly, and we can protect our children, and we can not traumatize our children. There's a program called Faster Saves Lives, and I would love to discuss that with you.
Thank you. And Mr. McDermott, should law enforcement officers be allowed to carry a firearm in gun-free school zones or on public transportation?
Absolutely.
And would you?
I'm sorry. I was just gonna further along those lines.
I'm going to get back to that in a second.
Go ahead.
There's two questions I really want to get here. Okay. Okay, yeah, Ms. Mueller, okay. Would you have liked the option to purchase your service weapon? Ah, right, when you retired as a police officer.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, Mr. McDermott, I saw you writing furiously when my colleague from California was iterating various shootings, and I wondered, what in the devil were you writing, and what would be your response?
All right. Loaded question, no pun intended, but I just, when Mr. Swallow was indicating, kept on asking, was it self-defense here, was it self-defense here, was it self-defense here? It just kept hitting me a particular way. If there had been some form of self-defense, if somebody had been able to defend themselves in those particular areas, if somebody had actually done so, we wouldn't have been naming off these higher numbers. Instead, as to Ms. Muller's point, and what I stand by myself, is we have all these different gun-free zones, which is basically a fallacy. They do nothing to make our communities safer. They basically leave the good defenseless against criminals, law-abiding citizens defenseless against criminals, and they take advantage of it. They take full advantage of it.
How difficult is it for someone traveling across state lines to know what the self-defense laws are in each state?
It's incredibly difficult. And I'll tell you, when I said at the very beginning, I've lectured in front of thousands of people now. One of the very first questions I ask after defining whether people in the room know what it is to be able to use lethal force and when you're entitled to use lethal force to defend yourself, one of the very first questions I ask in these different jurisdictions is who in the room knows which type of jurisdiction they reside in. Very often people are confused. Very often in certain states, which are very anti-firearm, which are very anti-police, many people believe in those jurisdictions that they're automatically a duty retreat. And that's also something that's argued by prosecutors in these particular states. Even if they have stand your ground law, your client or this defendant could have actually retreated, could have gotten to a safer place. The reason that this client, she's being charged, is because she discharged her firearm, because she shot this person. And that's not why, that's not appropriate, it's not proper. It's not even correct, and it continues to happen.
So looking at ATF, what actions do you think ATF under President Trump need to be prioritized?
What actions under the ATF? I mean, that's a loaded question. I think that we need to stop first and foremost, we need to stop attacking law-abiding citizens with respect to their ownership of firearms. We need to recognize that people have a right to defend themselves. We need to recognize that we are not in a position, nobody's in a position to tell people how they can and can't defend themselves. In that respect, we have to stop, with this campaign to continuously collect firearms from law-abiding citizens. You need to do a bit more research into this, and you need to make sure that we're not crossing lines in those particular times.
Ms. Mueller, same question.
Well, I don't know about the ATF specifically, but I'll address the Office of Gun Violence Prevention. I actually wanted to rename that to the Office of Violence Prevention because we're all against violence. Guns are inanimate objects, and they're not violent in and of themselves. And I think that, Mira O'Connell, who was the one who defended herself from the serial rapist and took his gun, that is the exact opportunity for a gun to be used for good, in good hands, and for bad hands. So I would like to keep that office and use it for firearms education and actual studying.
Thank you. Mr. Swallow.
Unanimous consent request for a June 27, 2024 NBC News story about a former Uvalde district chief charged with child endangerment when he had a gun and 21 kids were killed because he didn't use it. Also, a Texas Tribune, July 8, 2016 story, police use of robot to kill Dallas suspect unprecedented because 5 Dallas officers died while armed officers were not able to take down the shooter.
Without objection. Thank you. Gentleman from Florida, Mr. Moskowitz, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. McDermott, I want to tell you a quick story about my experience in my community. So I come from a city called Parkland. I graduated Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School. And in 2018, I was on the House floor at the time, and my wife texted me, and she said, I just drove past Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, and I've never seen that many police in my lifetime. I wound up turning on the news and finding out that a troubled young man had walked into Marjorie Stoneman Douglas and killed 17 people. A kid that the school board knew was a problem and didn't do anything about, had given him chance after chance after chance. Police had been to his house. The FBI had gotten hits on him, didn't follow up. This has resulted in lawsuits and settlements. But he walked into that school and he killed 17 people. He walked right past the security monitor, a person on a golf cart with a walkie-talkie, saw him, okay, didn't radio. He went floor to floor. He started on the first floor, started killing people in the hallway. He never entered a classroom. He just put his gun up to the glass of every door and just fired through the little glass window that these classrooms had, killing all sorts of kids and adults. We had adults run into the building to try to help kids. They were killed as a result of this. And the guy they depended on, the students depended on, the SRO, right? Did he respond? He didn't. He stayed outside the building like a coward. He never went into the building. When the police department showed up, by the way, everyone was dead by the time they got there. But when the police department showed up, do you know what the SRO on scene told those to police departments? Don't go in. He instructed, because he's the incident commander on scene, he instructed them not to go in. 2 different police departments. Eventually, Coral Springs, the local police department, decided to go in. The sheriff of the Broward County Sheriff's Office, okay, was removed by Governor DeSantis over this. The superintendent lost his job in Broward County over this. And so what did Florida do? Florida, Republican Florida, run by the House, Republicans in the House, in the Senate, Republican governor, now a U.S. senator, the whole Republican cabinet. The gunshine state, what did they do? Well, they passed the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas School Safety Act. And you know what that did? It did a bunch of things. It raised the age to buy a gun to 21. Not possession. Parents could still buy their kids a gun, but it raised the age to buy a gun to 21. It instituted 3-day waiting periods, red flag laws. It also, by the way, created the Guardian program, which allowed non-classroom teachers to go through training. And as a result, there would be additional guns on school campus. Folks that went through training with the sheriff's office, they made it a local option so that counties could decide if they wanted to do that. By the way, almost every single county opted into the program, okay? And the program's been a success. It's actually been a success. It was a comprehensive bill. It did all things. It looked at the problem and said, what is the issue? We can't just wait for the police departments to get there, because sometimes by the time they get there, everyone's dead. Well, we can't just depend on the SRO, because sometimes these guys don't do the right thing. We also got to recognize that there are a lot of troubled people out there with mental health. We put hundreds of millions of dollars into mental health. But we also wanted to make sure that young people, if they wanted to go hunting with their father or their parents, they could do that. Right? The dad could take them, or the mom could take them, could buy their gun. But we didn't want an 18-year-old walking into a gun store like this kid did and come out with an AR-15, unlimited ammunition, body armor. This guy, as the kids were fleeing out the building, tried to pick children off as they were running out of the building. You know why he didn't succeed? The hurricane glass. We got lucky. Hurricane glass, which was put in the building to stop hurricanes, actually stopped the trajectory of the bullets, took a lot of the speed out of the bullets away, so they just fell on the ground, didn't kill anyone. I would tell you that Florida is one of the most gun-friendly states in America. Has been for the longest time. Marion Hammer, the head of the NRA, was the main lobbyist there, right? Stand your ground, born and bred in Florida, okay? But I give my Republican colleagues credit. They saw what was happening. They saw an epidemic, and they don't want to take people's guns away. They're Second Amendment right advocates through and through, but they did the right thing because there is a balance. This idea that there is no balance, I reject, and Florida proved that absolutely wrong. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. I now yield myself for 5 minutes. So the first thing I want to cover, and I appreciate Mr. Jackson, I appreciate you being here and your testimony today. So as I listened to your testimony talking about post the all-time highs, I guess, of murders that took place during the COVID-19 era, I began thinking, I wonder what other independent variables went in that. Was a retrograde analysis done in that study, if there's been a study done at all? And were any of those other independent variables isolated? And I would suggest to you that actually in your testimony and other people's testimonies today, we know that there was a spike. It happened during COVID-19. What caused the spike? Some people say it was COVID-19 that caused the spike. The people frustrated, people sick, people out, people isolated. All of that took place. But we also know that once that went away, I mean, I don't know that you can attribute it all necessarily to the legislation that I think my colleagues have. You actually changed the society, began trying to get back to normal. And that's why you see the spike. You see this certain level, it's kind of moving like that on the graph line that was there. Then you have the spike, and then it starts winding its way back down. You don't know what we don't know what the dependent variables are or the independent variables are as we look at that as a study, if we're going to look at it as a study. And that's why it's so important in my mind that you really actually kind of isolate those variables and you do the regressive analysis to see what's there. So that's just where I am and to start with. And so I want to go now to Ms. Mueller. Ms. Mueller, what are some of the potential negative consequences of a jurisdiction that fails to grant an individual's application for a concealed carry permit?
Are you referring to shall issue and may issue?
Yes, I am. I was going to get that from Mr. McDermott, but I'm here with you, so you go ahead.
Well, I think that anytime you throw a barrier up between, let's say, a woman who's facing domestic violence, and anytime you throw a barrier to her being able to defend herself, is going to be detrimental. We hear it time after time. I know there was a woman in New Jersey that was waiting for her concealed carry permit. She was stabbed, I believe, in her driveway. The criminals don't wait, and if you need to defend yourself now, then you're only creating a barrier for people to be safe.
And Ms. Mueller, you were a law enforcement officer for 22 years in Tulsa, right?
Yes, sir.
And so you encountered stressful situations as a law enforcement officer, right?
Yes, sir.
And did you ever encounter somebody who's a violent criminal?
Yes, sir.
And what is the stress level when you encounter somebody that is threatening, violence?
On a scale of 1 to 10?
Yeah.
I'm going to go 8 to 10.
Yeah. Yeah. And, you know, we really need to keep that in mind as we talk about these things too. And so, Mr. McDermott, I want to talk to you. What's the difference between those may issue and shall issue jurisdictions with respect to the concealed carry permits?
Well, obviously, that was addressed in Bruin, just the significance of may issue and the discretion that extends to the government, to local police sometimes, like in Illinois, it's ISP that makes a determination. And the fact that it shouldn't, it's often abused, and it certainly violates our Second Amendment. There are states such as Illinois that are considered shall issue states, and because of that and because of the ruling, there's, in my opinion, there's a misconception with respect to the fact that Bruin doesn't actually apply to Illinois. Illinois is a state which is shall issue. However, it has, when you look at the Concealed Carry Act, it has approximately 20 plus different ways in which they can go ahead and deny firearms to people. It's very discretionary. You can't get in touch with anybody. When you call to ask, you're never given a name. There's never a direct line. There's not an office that you can speak to somebody. It's basically an eyes behind the curtain type of situation. Somebody's deciding who gets the firearms, who doesn't. I know somebody that was arrested for having a FOID revoked. His FOID was revoked, his firearm owner's identification card, which is what's required in Illinois, for example. His FOID was revoked because he was charged with a felony. The prosecutor later reduced it down to a misdemeanor because the evidence didn't support the felony. He took a plea for supervision on a misdemeanor, which he would have never had his FOID lost as a result of. He later, because he didn't know that it was permanently revoked, was arrested and charged with having a revoked FOID, which is mandatory jail time or prison time in the state of Illinois. So it's being abused consistently. These may issue jurisdictions shouldn't exist, and that's what Bruin stands for.
Thank you. I thank all of the witnesses and everyone who's attended this hearing. This concludes today's hearing. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days to submit additional written questions for the witnesses or additional materials for the record. Without objection, the hearing is adjourned.
Enjoy more of our videos on the Community Advocate Network channel, and don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. If you would like to advertise your service, special announcement, or event, you may contact us at the Community Advocate Network at gmail.com. For community resources and services, exclusive articles, and video content, join our private community on Patreon. Link is in the bio.